working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now. I've been watching videos on YouTube's and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there have been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also feel it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this um, triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't go again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, They will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy, you're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further out there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, and there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit is always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young. It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, we would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband most times is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones, communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone. And I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store, I don't have a shop, so my business is online. So it makes it mobile, so I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So there are informations hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things. You won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
The efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom, wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their over-dependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Your personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
60 Minutes with Angela starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
Yes.
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
What he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. He said, Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
the iron things out.
Yes, the iron things out.
Because I'm thinking, to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. Is also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field.
Which he ensured.
With all the candidates. Okay, so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of a Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we'll see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if you spend additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back. And I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The
retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market, because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated.
Yes.
The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yes.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it.
Yes.
Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
that person from emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Epeyong from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the North. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and not bypassing, appoint another person, he said, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only will look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him. Yes. Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. the late Abakari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it.
Yes.
If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate and
will latch on.
will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you did actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japheth is his name, he sought me out one day. He came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And it wasn't really a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you have come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said, amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olusegun will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If he saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olusegun and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sifia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
at
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
He wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. And before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped to much and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked down the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real Buhari is dead.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that no. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And
Yes.
they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers." He said, "I see everything you do. I watch." He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way, but regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we that were friends of Ruben Abati used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because There could be 7 bomb blasts in one day.
Yes.
He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished,
Yes.
but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020?
Yes.
No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge.
Yes.
And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see Local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement.
Move right
Exactly. From Thailand, how will you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
Going to
Malta with President Buhari. You talked about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also will sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day of the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When he now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. The president said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of...
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that We finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece, we finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming
No, not even, you said just yet. It did not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, no, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that will, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
This week on The Inside Story, the shakeup continues in Washington, from immigration to foreign aid, tariffs, and the world's richest person. Now, on The Inside Story, the Trump transition.
Hello and welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Elizabeth Lee in Washington. We begin today in the Senate, where President Donald Trump's picks to fill out his cabinet continue this week. Votes are being held on 3 of President Trump's most controversial picks. Kash Patel as head of the FBI, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be the head of the Department of Health and Human Services, and Tulsi Gabbard to be the next Director of National Intelligence.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now.
Also this week, after 3 years of confinement in Russia, U.S. schoolteacher Mark Fogel was released as part of a deal between Washington and the Kremlin, the details of which remain undisclosed. Once back home, Fogel appeared at the White House alongside President Trump. The middle school teacher was arrested in 2021 after Russian authorities discovered he was carrying marijuana, which he has always maintained was to treat chronic back pain. Also this week, Jordan's King Abdullah was at the White House as President Trump threatened to cut aid to Jordan and Egypt if they refuse his demand to permanently take in most Palestinians from Gaza. White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara reports.
Palestinians in the Gaza Strip fear the return of war after Hamas's threat to delay the next planned release of Israeli hostages and U.S. President Donald Trump's call to cancel the ceasefire.
We have had enough of wars. We have begun to wish for death.
As he hosted Jordan's King Abdullah II at the White House, Trump doubled down on his plan to take over Gaza.
I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
The Palestinians, along with Jordan, Egypt, and various other countries, have rejected Trump's plan to forcibly relocate an estimated 1.9 million Gaza residents into neighboring countries. But other than saying he would immediately receive 2,000 children in Gaza sick with cancer and other illnesses, King Abdullah declined Trump's invitation to share his counteroffer.
I think we have to keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody.
It's a high-stakes meeting for Abdullah, who must maintain ties with a key ally whom Jordan depends on for foreign assistance. Trump hinted he would withhold aid, but backtracked. Many Jordanians are descendants of displaced Palestinians. If Abdullah supports Trump's plans, it will create major political and economic problems and allow Hamas to enter, says Gaith Al-Omari of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy.
Hamas could create not only domestic problems in terms of terror, but also there's a fear that Jordan might then become a staging ground for attacks on Israel. All of these things will create very, very severe threats to Jordan's stability and maybe even survival.
Al-Omari said Trump's takeover plan removes the incentive for Hamas to continue the ceasefire. Israel will hand over Gaza to the U.S. after the war, Trump has said.
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it.
These Gazans would disagree. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Washington.
Democratic lawmakers are criticizing what they call the Trump administration's extreme efforts to reshape the U.S. government, vowing to oppose those changes despite being in the minority in both chambers of the U.S. Congress. VOA congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson reports from Washington.
A second week of protests from Democratic lawmakers concerned about President Donald Trump's attempts to reshape the U.S. government. Despite limited political capital in both chambers of the U.S. Congress, Democrats vowing to fight what they call the Trump administration's extreme efforts to close down government agencies and immediately lay off federal workers.
If you want to make cuts, then you do it through a debate in Congress, not lawlessly by just implementing them. We want waste. We want to make sure waste isn't done, but they're cutting out the meat that's going to hurt millions of American families.
Republicans have defended the work of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, led by billionaire Elon Musk, saying attempts to stop fraud and waste are long overdue.
The Democrat Party's tantrums are exactly why they hold no majority in Congress and their candidate is not in the White House. DOGE is rightly pulling back the curtains that have been closed for years, and the outrage we are seeing across the aisle is baffling but not surprising, given their record of mismanagement of taxpayer dollars.
Democrats are vowing to fight for protections for government agencies or withhold their votes in upcoming government funding talks.
There's very little appetite to help Republicans when we don't trust that Donald Trump's going to spend the resources that we've allocated for education, for health care, or even, we don't know, for our own defense. With Elon Musk and his unelected friends running through and combing through the federal system.
Democrats have had some success temporarily stopping Trump's executive orders in the U.S. court system. But one analyst told VOA other changes will take time.
We haven't yet seen the grassroots mobilization yet, but that's the one most indirect to levers of power within Washington, D.C. It takes time for those messages to resonate with the American people, them to coordinate with each other, to gain enough volume to reach members of Congress or enough members of Congress.
But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said Tuesday the Democratic Party has very little power.
There's no identified leader of the party. They don't have a clear vision. They seem rudderless. In hopes of finding themselves, they've latched onto this new shiny object called the rule of law. Well, we'd like to welcome them to the concept.
The short-term agreement funding the U.S. government is set to expire March 14th. Katherine Gibson, VOA News, Washington.
There's a phenomenon known as birth tourism, where some foreign nationals travel to the U.S. specifically to give birth, securing citizenship for their children. Conservatives in the U.S. say birthright citizenship has been exploited. President Trump signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship for children born to parents who are in the country illegally or temporarily. That's being challenged in court. Pregnant women don't need to be on the U.S. mainland to give birth. In the U.S. territory of the Northern Mariana Islands in the Pacific, pregnant Chinese women have been fueling the birth tourism industry there so their children can get an American passport. This story comes from our VOA Mandarin service. Tourists may come to Saipan, the capital of the Northern Mariana Islands, for its Pacific island beauty, but not this mother. She's here so her daughter can acquire a piece of paper that says she's a U.S. citizen. The mother has overstayed the 14 days she's allowed to be in this U.S. territory. She only uses her surname, Ye, to protect her identity.
Whether it's the education system or the everyday environment within China, there's too much pressure. Even I want to escape. I don't want to be there.
Ye arrived in Saipan in September, entering under a 14-day visa waiver program for Chinese citizens implemented in 2019. Before that, when birth tourism from China was at its highest, Chinese nationals were allowed to stay without a visa
for 45 days. Arnold Palacios is the governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands.
It peaked in 2017 and 2018.
With more than 500 babies born to Chinese mothers in each of those years, Palacios says those births surpassed the number born to Saipan women. The number of Chinese births on the island dropped during the pandemic. Palacios says in 2024, 55 babies were born to Chinese mothers. Taking care of mothers who fly in just to give birth has been a challenge for the hospital staff and a risk for the women themselves, he says.
When these women come in to give birth, they don't have any prenatal records. So, they have no idea really whether it's a high-risk birth or what.
Since 2009, government records show about 3,300 babies have been born here to Chinese mothers. Ye says she found Saipan on social media while researching places to give birth.
I didn't have time to apply for a visa because it involves a wait time. The pregnancy was a surprise. I picked this place because it was the place I could get to quickly to achieve what I wanted.
Ye is applying for her 1-month-old daughter's U.S. passport. She's also paying more to have it ready within 3 weeks.
I'm afraid the policy will be impacted now that Trump is president, so I paid extra to get the passport quicker.
Conservatives in the U.S. have argued that birthright citizenship encourages illegal immigration and is being exploited.
We think we have good ground.
On his first day in office, President Donald Trump signed an executive order to end it.
We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous.
While this order is being challenged in court, Ye hopes there will be a good outcome for her daughter and maybe even herself.
I feel once I get here, it's a more humane place. For sure, there will be a way to solve the challenges I'm facing.
Since the end of last year, travelers from China have to apply online for a waiver and be vetted through an electronic pre-screening process before they're allowed to enter. The Trump administration also signaled plans to upend long-standing trade policies with both allies and adversaries alike. The president says he plans to impose a 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports, potentially hurting America's two biggest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. Such tariffs could raise the price of those goods on the importing country, the United States. From the White House, VOA's Anita Powell has this story.
Another shot in President Donald Trump's trade war. He announced 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. This is the beginning of making America rich again.
You are the president who's standing up for the American steel worker, and I am just tremendously impressed and delighted to stand next to you.
Trump's trade advisor says this move will help domestic producers and support the nation's economic and national security. The biggest foreign steel suppliers, Canada, Brazil, Mexico, and South Korea, are likely to be hit hardest. Earlier Monday, Beijing's additional 10 to 15% tariffs on U.S. goods took effect as a countermeasure to Trump's 10% hike on Chinese goods earlier this month.
There are no winners in trade wars and tariff wars. What is needed now is not unilateral tariff increases, but equal dialogue and consultation based on mutual respect. We urge the U.S. to correct its wrong practices and stop politicizing and instrumentalizing economic and trade issues.
But Trump says not only rivals, but also allies were taking advantage of the U.S.
We were being pummeled by both friend and foe alike. Our nation requires steel and aluminum to be made in America, not in foreign lands. We need to create, in order to protect our country's future, a resurgence of U.S. manufacturing and production, the likes of which has not been seen for many decades.
Many economists believe tariffs raise consumer prices. Scholars of supply chains and logistics say Trump's move also raises major global policy questions.
It's not clear what whether this is a negotiating strategy, whether this is going to be permanent. Is this only restricted to Canada, Mexico, and China as it is now? Or is it going to expand to the European Union, for example, or even the BRICS countries, of which Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and 12 or 14 other countries are part of.
These concerns may prompt countries to realign their trade relationships, he said, which will likely alarm producers.
Businesses, again, hate uncertainty, so they're going to put everything on pause. That means, there's could be a decrease in production activity, while at the same time the tariffs could have inflationary effects.
Some in the U.S. automotive industry, headquartered in Detroit, Michigan, echoed that concern.
Sudden tariffs to a system, there isn't a lot of good that comes out of that.
U.S. trade partners have warned that the tariffs could hurt automakers, shipbuilders, and other U.S. industries. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
The U.S.-Mexico tariff showdown seems on hold for now, but consumers and merchants of Mexican products say they're concerned about the financial impact if Trump moves forward with his proposed 25% tariff on Mexican imports. Victor Hugo Castillo has this story from McAllen, Texas.
Oscar Garcia is one of the 65 million retired Americans living on Social Security benefit income. As he walks through the supermarket aisles, he worries how a potential price hike on Mexican products will impact his wallet and purchasing decisions if the Trump administration's tariff threats become a reality.
What are people with low salaries going to do? If we used to eat meat twice a week, now we'll have to cut back to once a week. Or maybe we won't be able to afford it at all.
For the past 2 years, Mexico has been the United States' top trading partner, followed by Canada, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. The vibrant trading relationship is evident in the thousands of trucks crossing international bridges every day. Mario Garcia works for Mayjeff Produce in McAllen, which specializes in imports from Mexico. He says he's concerned how tariffs could disrupt his business.
Most stores and supermarkets rely on Mexican products. So what's going to happen if prices go up from Mexico all the way to the consumer? It's all a chain reaction.
President Trump has linked the use of tariffs to efforts to stop the flow of drugs and migrants crossing illegally into the U.S. On February 1st, he announced 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, but paused them temporarily 2 days later after leaders of both countries agreed to strengthen border security. While manufacturers and importers would feel the direct impact, U.S. consumers like Hilda Gonzalez believe they'll see the effects in higher prices at the checkout counter.
They're going to raise prices on products, and who's going to pay the difference? We are.
If tariffs go into effect, retirees like Garcia are afraid they will have to cut back even more on their spending. For others, it means they'll have to work harder to buy what they need. Victor Hugo Castillo, VOA News, McAllen, Texas.
Joining me now via Skype is VOA's Michelle Quinn. She has a story this week on the world's richest person who's had a starring role in the new Trump administration. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Elizabeth. President Trump tapped Elon Musk as his point person to make rapid changes at government agencies to trim federal spending. The tech billionaire and chief executive of Tesla and SpaceX has wasted no time, but congressional Democrats are pushing back.
A protest outside a federal agency in Washington focused on the work of Elon Musk, President Donald Trump's designee for shrinking the U.S. government.
The people get to decide how we defend the United States of America. The people get to decide how their taxpayer money is spent. Elon Musk does not get to decide.
Musk is the world's richest man and the chief executive of electric vehicle firm Tesla and aerospace company SpaceX. He also owns other companies, including the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter. Since Trump's inauguration, Musk, as the leader of the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has gotten down to work cutting what he and President Trump see as costly federal programs. We will win! We will win! Musk's team has reportedly gained access to the Treasury Department's payment systems, raising alarms, and has sought control of the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, which provides humanitarian and other aid to more than 100 countries. That's where the protests happened this week.
President Trump directed his corrupt billionaire friend, Elon Musk, to ransack a critical agency of the U.S. government.
Trump, however, reiterated his support for Musk.
It's something that he feels very strongly about, and I'm impressed because he's running, obviously, a big company.
Elon Musk said what he discovered at USAID isn't salvageable.
As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms.
Congressional Democrats dispute that and say it is wrong that Musk has so much power and little accountability and oversight, especially given that SpaceX has contracts with the federal government. But Trump says that the White House is providing the necessary oversight to Musk's work.
Where we think there's a conflict or there's a problem, we won't let him go near it. But we're trying to shrink government, and he can probably shrink it as well as anybody else, if not better.
In his unpaid role as a special government employee, Musk is permitted to work no more than 130 days a year. Elizabeth?
Thanks, Michelle. What else can you tell us about Musk's role in the federal government? Have we ever seen anything like this before?
I mean, Elon Musk is a unique person in Silicon Valley, even. I don't think the federal government's experienced anything like this. And also in Silicon Valley, he is very well known for his working style. His trademark is intensity, which has come in, really focus on a problem or an issue, and then go all out. He typically sleeps at the companies that he's trying to turn around, and he demands other people be there as well and perform at a high level. He has brought executives from many of his companies, Tesla, SpaceX, and his AI company, also a company called Boring Company, to work within the federal government, and they are throughout the federal government. He's also brought young engineers, people who've either graduated from high school or college, maybe have had some work experience, as point people inside of federal agencies.
Thank you, Michelle. While the debate continues in the United States about the future of USAID and whether the State Department might absorb it, Britain could offer lessons on what such a move might mean. Henry Ridgewell reports from London.
The battle over the future of the US Agency for International Development, or USAID, echoes a similar debate in Britain. In 2020, then Prime Minister Boris Johnson merged the Department for International Development, or DFID, with the Foreign Office.
This will unite our aid with our diplomacy and bring them together in our international effort. The Foreign Secretary will be empowered to decide which countries receive or cease to receive British aid while delivering a single UK strategy for each country.
Johnson's decision chimed with his Conservative Party's scepticism over aid spending, says analyst Tim Durrant of the Institute for Government.
Not always kind of aligned with what he thought the UK's foreign policy priorities should be. I think there was definitely a sense among those on the right of UK politics that DFID was kind of, a bit too big for its boots perhaps, or needed better oversight.
But the move shocked the aid sector, says analyst Mark Miller of ODI Global.
Because you now had a set of senior managers in place who were largely focused on supporting the UK's national interest, however you might interpret that, rather than previously a very clear mandate where aid was meant to be prioritised towards poverty reduction.
In 2020, Britain's aid spending was also cut from 0.7% of gross national income, the highest in the G7 group of developed nations, to 0.5%. Spending was redirected. The creation of Britain's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, or FCDO, offers lessons for Washington as it mulls the future of USAID, says Durrant.
In the UK instance, there was a sort of reputational hit. DFID had a very strong brand, as does USAID. There's also the kind of knock-on impact it has on morale and productivity. I think this is particularly going to be a case in the US. But there is now a sense that the FCDO is the sort of the one voice, and that there are people who have both development and diplomacy experience who are representing the UK in countries where the UK is spending development money.
Durrant added that strong oversight of spending is vital to retaining public support for foreign aid. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
That's all for now. I'm Elizabeth Lee in Washington. Check out all the latest by logging in to voanews.com and join us next week for another edition of The Inside Story. Thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Oluwafirokpo Iwinla. With nostalgia, I recall the good old days. The land of my birth is Ibadan, the city of brown rusted roof. This is where I have known as home for the better part of my sojourn on this planet. I grew up in Eleyele, Yaganku, and Akpata-Ganga at various stages of my life. And in fairness to our collective memories, those good old days were not just fun, they were testy times too. But all that was to prepare us for today and the more that is to come tomorrow. I remember the peace and order in the living quarters of men and women of the Nigeria Police in Eleyele and Yaganku. How can I forget those monthly inspections of the living quarters of the barracks when in preparation, each family not only cleans up their respective personal inner rooms, all join hands to clean the kitchen, the conveniences, and the general arena of the block. That was when the next door neighbor to the right is Igbo and the one to the left is Igala, and we all lived in blissful tolerance. I remember being called the Kobo boy by certain friends of the family in Yaganku simply because they claim that my look suggests that I am not Yoruba but Igbo. This we all laughed away as a joke, but it bears witness to the spirit of camaraderie that we all enjoyed in living together. I remember the classes we took in Islamic religious studies, side-by-side Christian religious knowledge, right then in ICC, Okebola, in Primary 1. In my first term in school, I, alongside other students in the class, had mastered the art of performing ablution as a prequel to saying the Islamic prayer. I remember how my parents used to invite me to come and recite memorized Islamic prayers learnt in school to visit us in our house. Did I tell you that my father aligns with Christianity, while my mother aligns with Islam? But as a child, even before I could walk, I could not bear to hear singing in a church and not be drawn in. Mother was compelled to start going to church on my account, since she needed to be around to guide me. As a young adolescent, I remember going to live with my maternal grandfather in Akimori. He was a traditionalist, versed in divining with cowries. Henry Nilogun, I became his faithful acolyte, helping him to keep his accounts. Did I tell you that, irrespective of his traditional background, he observes the Ramadan fasting, goes to mosque every Jumat, and never stopped me from going to church or following the masquerade when it is its season? I come from the deep good old days of yore, A past of beautiful people and intentions. A past of peace and tolerance. So where did we get it wrong? The quality of questions we ask today determines the quality of answers we get. Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days, irrespective of our religious, traditional, and cultural leanings? Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How, instead of talking about the good old days, we're projecting into a future that is greater than our past. Let us make the difference now, for the sake of our children's tomorrow. I, therefore, join Shemori Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow.
In today's digital world, smartphones and social media have revolutionized the way we communicate, and dating is no exception worldwide, including Africa. Online dating platforms and social networks have created new opportunities for people to connect, breaking down traditional geographic and social barriers. While technology has made finding love easier in some ways, it has also introduced new risks. Consider the case of Anne, a 53-year-old French woman who was scammed out of $850,000 in 2023 by fraudster posing as actor Brad Pitt. For over a year, she believed she was in a relationship with him. She later said she wasn't crazy, but had been manipulated, highlighting the vulnerability many people face in online dating. While some dismiss her as naive, others sympathize, recognizing how difficult it can be to spot deepfake and AI-generated deception. On the other hand, many genuine love stories have emerged from social media and dating apps, proving that real connection can flourish online. So, in an ideal world where both parties have sincere intentions, what should they expect? Today, we're exploring how love can be found at the click of a button. Hello everyone, and welcome to Our Voices. I am Jeannie Niwa, joined today by my co-host Oriane Tagishaka.
Hey everyone.
And Semini Shekoye.
Hello.
So like I was saying, in today's episode, we'll explore how men and women first connect through digital platform and whether this connection can turn into everlasting love, right?
I love this topic.
Right?
So, I know, perfect for Valentine's Day.
Exactly. Happy Valentine's Day, ladies.
Happy Valentine's. Happy Lovers Day.
Right. So do you believe you can actually find love online, you know, in your DM?
I mean, it is possible. I think, you know, people have done it and more people are doing it. But personally, I think I used to be more conservative about it, and I'm getting more, you know, accepting nowadays, because as you said, it offers, you know, possibilities despite the location, geography, and time. And I think it actually, you know, offers options. Sometimes I believe that can be overwhelming, but it does offer, you know, options for people. But at the same time, I am a human person. I believe I am a human person. So it's really difficult to really know someone through these online platforms. Naturally, I think people tend to provide only the positives about them and tend to hide their weaknesses. So it's really hard to know people's real feelings or emotions through keyboards. So, you know, I have my preservations, but I think it's possible.
I'm completely the opposite. I absolutely believe that you can find love online. And I love the way you introduced it, because there's a lot of risk and a lot of rewards, but I absolutely think you can find a mate online, because the world has become a global community. So you widen your scope of range of people who can see you, who you can see. For instance, for me, I was particularly precise on what I wanted when I was looking for a husband, or when I wanted to position myself to be seen by a husband, right? I wanted him to speak these many languages, this kind of education, this kind of culture, Burundian, da 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 da. And nowadays I'm realizing that apps are actually tailored to what you want. You have like Muslima for people who are Muslim singles. You have like, the different Christian apps. You have Tinder and Badoo that are actually tailored to different culture. So you can actually like narrow in and zoom in into what you want. And when you're looking for, and it's simple, you can just put your name, your picture, and a little bit about yourself. Some people do lie, but
that's where the tricky part is. People present themselves in a certain way.
But eventually you're going to find out.
Eventually, but maybe you'll end up getting hurt, like in any positive.
I like the way she presented it. It's so simple.
She made it so simple. I mean,
yes,
I just tried that way.
Put your name and your picture.
There is a lot of
what can you lose?
So one good thing is, yes, you can customize, but you say you mentioned something where it can be overwhelming. Yes. There is such thing as social media or dating app fatigue.
Yes.
Because, it's always the same thing. It's a huge pool of, people who may be, and it's, a lot of, searching and
matching,
mentally draining.
A lot of people can match your profile and your personality, but then you don't know which one to go with. So you will end up talking to all of them, and then
you can get disappointed when you see a guy and then the guy likes somebody else. And
exactly.
Listen, there's a jungle out there.
Disappointment is the word. It's disappointment after disappointment. I was on Tinder for a while. And and it's a lot of you get those candidates and you think it's going to work because you put all the the right features that you want, but there's something else. They're human beings.
Well, speaking of deception, Divinar Nyangarisa, an online Swahili tutor, thought she had found love in 2014 through an online connection. Believing virtual relationships were safer than physical ones, she soon discovered that digital dating comes with its own set of challenges. Dinivar shares her painful experience with our reporter, Sadia Salwa. Let's take a listen.
Divina Nyangarisa, a Swahili online tutor based in Nairobi, Kenya, describes herself as an introvert. It is for this very reason that she chose to look for love online. Her story began in 2014.
We met 2014 online in a dating site called Craigslist. We dated online for a year. I was in Kenya, he was in the States.
This was her first dating attempt online. Back then, social media platforms such as Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook were not popular yet in Kenya. She decided to check reviews on online dating.
Of course, I was looking at the success stories. Though I saw a bit of, people getting killed. But anyway, I said, even in church, you can get a bad person. So
she reached out and connected with a person who she thought was her match. A year later, he traveled to Kenya to meet Nyangarisa, and she got pregnant. They were expecting quadruplets. After the delivery, he left her stranded in hospital with 4 premature girls.
He was like, I got shocked. Of course, he was aware I'm expecting quadruplets. This is something I knew at 3 months. We had already even shopped together. He bought a lot of stuff for the children. So I really don't know what shocked him when I gave birth.
Nyangarisa says she was holding on to the love she had for him. Despite the heartache and the disappointment that came with the relationship, she says she has no regrets.
Never ignore red flags. There were too many red flags even before we even met. He could disappear, He could just get upset over something very small. For example, if he calls you and you don't pick, he will just accuse you, oh, you are with other men,
It's a choice.
Catherine Kithaka, a relationship expert and psychologist, says dating in the digital age may not be completely different from physical dating. What's important in both approaches is setting the record straight from the onset.
What do you want from this relationship? Is it companionship? Is it love? Is it acceptance? So first of all is understand self. Then when you understand self, the person you look out for is a person who will complement your need.
Experts like Kithaka say most would opt for digital romance as a way to lure people for the wrong reasons. However, it seems women fall prey to these tricks more than men do.
There could be some desperation to a certain extent to meet their own needs, but maybe one more. It's about the emotional vulnerability. You know, women tend to open up very easily.
Online dating has its own merits. It is convenient, especially when dealing with long-distance romantic connections. People who suffer from social anxiety find it helpful to use online dating to gradually connect with others from a safe space. On the flip side, online dating attracts predatory behaviors such as catfishing and scams. Catherine Kidaka offers tips to people, especially women, on how to bounce back when they experience such pitfalls.
Look at where you went wrong. So is it the boundaries that you didn't set at the beginning? Reinforce them one more time. Is it the values that were not clear? Pick them up once more time. So just to find out where did the person go wrong and try to reinvent and try and make a difference. And then we are able to know these are our limits. You can't go beyond here, whether it's the online space or whether we are meeting physically in the church, in the mosque, but this is my space.
For Divina, once the wounds have healed from the trauma of her previous relationship, she is willing to do it again, all in the name of looking for romance. For VOA, I'm Saida Swale in Nairobi, Kenya.
Thank you, Saida Swale, for that report from Nairobi, Kenya. Now joining us via phone from South Africa is Ms. Lengiwe Dube, Project Manager of Expression, Information and Digital Rights at the University of Pretoria Center for Human Rights. Hello, Ms. Dube, and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So online dating has drastically changed relationship dynamics. Traditionally, families played a crucial role in matchmaking, but now people are making individual choices. How have online platforms contributed to this shift, do you think?
Yes, thank you so much for opening the platform for such a conversation, which I believe is very timely and necessary. So yes, indeed, the way we just relate with each other has changed quite significantly, with the use of the technologies that we are exposed to. And indeed, even in the manner in which we develop and sustain relationships and everything, all the dynamics around relationships as well has also, been impacted by technology. And yes, in the context of dating as well, we see dynamics that are changing offline as well. Things are changing, but also there are a different set of dynamics in the online space where now there are more options, there are more preferences. Just like we had in the introduction that somebody is in Kenya and they are able to date somebody who is in another continent or in another country. So now navigating the whole distance thing has become a bit more flexible when it comes to relationships, and also even when you're looking at taboos, around exploring with different people. I think in the physical world that becomes a bit, people are judgmental, becomes a bit difficult. But if you're in the online space, you can explore, this profile, this person, and then you can move on to another person. Some can even be exploring different ways at the same time. So
yes,
it does have that whole different dynamic and the freedom, the ability to exercise that personal freedom, and also your agency as well in the matchmaking process as well.
Yes, but let me jump in a little bit. I mean, I love the fact of the idea of just dating online and then having the butterfly, like when you're having like a blind date type. But many people struggle to identify red flags online in relationships. Can you share with us some warning signs that indicate that someone may not be who they claim to be?
Yes, so indeed, in as much as we are talking about the freedom, how the dynamics are changing, there are different challenges really that are presented by this whole dating in the digital space, and navigating that also is just become also very, very difficult. But some of the red flags that can be, mentioned in this conversation is around when you are having somebody, trying to communicate or link with someone and you're trying to get their story and who they are. And then, some of the red flags are around some of the inconsistencies because they're trying to, put the pieces together of what they are telling you to, understand their profile. And if there are inconsistencies and their details keep shifting and changing, that is on its own, it's a red flag. Who are they? Where do they live? What do they do? So you'll find some people who are not consistent when it comes to their stories about who they are.
Saida, maybe what about from technology point of view? Let's say with AI generated content and deep fakes becoming more sophisticated, how can people really verify the person they are speaking to is real?
Just before I answer that, I wanted to also mention the issue about refusal to meet with the person that you're communicating with in person, or even having a video chat. That's another red flag, which I think is very important to flag. But on the issue of the AI generated, I believe you said AI generated content and deepfakes and all that. And the verification of that person, I think, yes, it's with AI, anything is possible these days, and the verification process can become very difficult. And in order to mitigate that you are not talking to just a robot, a video call would be helpful. And if one can insist on that, and if the other person refuses, then that really is a red flag. And there are other apps that one can use, but those ones take somebody who knows how to use them. If, for example, you are sent an image, a photo where you can use your what are they called? Google
reverse image. Yeah, I would definitely ask them for a video call. I'd be like, let's get on a call right now. Well, thank you so much. We'll have to take a pause right now. We'd like to thank Ms. Helungwe Dube, Project Manager of Expressions, Information and Digital Rights at the University of Pretoria Center for Human Rights, for joining us via phone from South Africa. Thanks for sharing your insights. Well, it's time for a short break. When we come back, Siresha Bharat, co-founder and CEO of Boardroom and the dating platform for professionals, will join us to discuss dating trends. We also want to hear from you. Join us on this conversation on Facebook, Instagram, and X at VOA Africa using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganye. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You with Our Voices, welcome back. Today we're discussing the growing trend of online dating. Here with us, over Skype, of course, is Ms. Siresha Bharat, co-founder and CEO of Boardroom, an invite-only dating app designed specifically for busy working professionals seeking meaningful relationship. Hello, Ms. Bharat. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
It's
such
a
a pleasure.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, so tell us what inspired you to create a dating platform specifically for professionals. I'm assuming they want at least the other person to have a job, but what else?
Yes, definitely. Okay, so I think just being a entrepreneur myself and also being a female that's been single for the last couple of years, it's been really difficult to find love with social circles that are shrinking post the pandemic as well and pre-pandemic. It's been really difficult to go out, still focus on your career. So where else are you actually finding a significant other or a potential companion? So we created Boardroom because we recognize the unique challenges that professionals are faced in the dating world. So balancing career demands while still seeking a meaningful relationship is really difficult. So we are a dating app for professionals that leverages LinkedIn for verification to ensure users are serious about their personal lives, but also finding a balance between love and career success.
Listen, let's hear from women where you are in Johannesburg, South Africa, as they share whether they would use a dating app to meet a significant other for romance or for a long-term relationship. We have Unavi Masango, Elsie Anifo, Yamara, and Wisdom Fadudze in our Your Voice segment, and we'll be right back.
I don't believe in dating sites. The reason why I don't believe in them is because you never get the chance to get like a proper background of that person you are trying to get involved with. So it's not wise. Before getting into a relationship with someone, you must be clear about them. Like you must have a proper background. You should know everything about them. And then what they do on dating sites is that they don't give you like much of them. They just display their pictures, and that's all.
I know people meet their lovers on dating app, and then it works well for them. Others too, it doesn't go too well with them, but I wouldn't use someone on a dating app. I want to meet the person in person, and then I'll become friends with the person before I might want to date the person.
Dangers, I think potentially it could be catfishing. Someone can pose a false identity. Let's say you're a female. I could present myself as a male, like a good male, like the ideal person you'd want to date. And then the day we decide to link up or see each other, turns out that I'm a kidnapper or something like that. So I think it would be risky in that regard.
Well, becoming friends first, that's a great approach. It's encouraging to hear people's cautious instincts when it comes to online dating. In the report, one woman mentioned that she should have recognized red flags. Ms. Barat, could you point us, and I asked this to our previous guest also, some of the red flags in online dating that you can point out that people should really just look out for?
So I hear everything that individuals are saying about online dating and the risks that's involved, especially within the African continent. But I also feel a platform like Boardroom has been built around these inconsistencies of people's profiles, around what the global dating industry has seen as challenges. Online dating is not going anywhere. It's the type of platform that we're creating and the caliber of individual that's going to change, right? I mean, for us, we're utilizing LinkedIn as a way to verify individuals, and your LinkedIn needs to be 90 days old with 100 connections.
Right, but I'm talking about the red flags that you should tell that this person is not, the personality and who they really are as a person is not really what they are. What are some
I'm getting to that now. It's like, do you have the time to actually scam on a platform like LinkedIn as well? So I'm bringing it back to why a platform like Boardroom can actually be utilized within the African continent and has been. If someone's story doesn't match up to what they've said to you online, what you're finding on their LinkedIn profiles, if you're typing them in on Google and nothing is coming up, that's something that you can look out for. I mean, if you've just signed up on LinkedIn just to utilize the app, that's another red flag. Should you not want to do video calls on at least the second day or third day of speaking? That's also another red flag. From a lack of verification and transparency perspective, I think we've ticked those boxes with Boardroom as an application. If your photo, so we ask for selfie verification as well. If your photo does not match what we're finding on LinkedIn, does not match what we're asking you to verify, also utilizing a passport or identification, then we're not allowing you on the platform. So our verification process has become quite strategic, especially coming from the African continent.
Ms. Barrett, I'm so curious. Do professionals approach online dating differently compared to the general population? Why specific to professionals?
Okay, so I'm going to say yes to that. And I'm going to say yes that we do approach online dating very differently because our time is something that we take into consideration. I mean, if you are looking at values, are they aligned to your personal values? Are they aligned to your growth and ambitions? And that's something that you look for within your relationship. I'm not just going to go out and date anyone. It needs to align with my values if it is time that I'm dedicating to dating someone. So we make that easier looking at values early in the relationship and asking those type of questions when you are actually setting up your dating profile on Boardroom.
Right. So how successful have you been so far? Have you seen people meeting and, you know, taking the relationship to next levels?
So that's actually a very exciting question for us right now because we had our first proposal that happened in January this year.
So it does happen. Love does happen online.
Thank you, thank you. And we also, I mean, we're a year old and we're sitting at over 35,000 active matches. So just seeing how the platform is growing as well, seeing the success of having people getting engaged, seeing the reviews that are coming in and people actually sharing their success stories as we approach 2025 and the second year of the app. It's just super exciting to see that our online dating platform that is seen as a platform for professionals, that's a safer approach to dating, is working and the success rates of that.
That's beautiful. We wish a lot of marriage and babies.
That's the point, right?
Right. So ladies, dating in a digital date has some challenges, but the outcome seemingly is that love prevails, isn't it?
Indeed, that's what we're hearing.
Yeah. And that's a wrap for today's episode. A big thank you to our guest, Miss Elingwe Dube of the University of Pretoria's Expression, Information and Digital Rights Unit, and Miss Sarissa Barrett with us of the Boardroom Dating app for sharing the valuable insight. Last but not least, we thank our editorial and production team on Our Voices. Don't forget to check out our website at voaafrica.com or our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episode of Our Voices and the top news stories from around the globe. We'll see you next week with another exciting discussion. Until then, remember, you control the narrative of your love story.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
lights, camera, fashion. As you can see, today I brought all the identity to the building. It's a Melted Head Conference, and of course, you are watching. In short, no, you're not even watching. You're tuned to. You can see the really on Plus TV Africa. Now, if you want to flip that channel because you've seen all my go, probably I'll try it. See, my face will haunt you. Your TV will blow, your remote will explode. And because you're in Nigeria, your generator will Africa. We don't want that to happen. Plus TV Africa, the brand that puts a full stop at the top spot and they under promise but over deliver. If I say I put this their mic for my head.
The family, they say, is the smallest unit of the society, and whatever affects the family rubs off on the society. What are the effects of a dysfunctional family? What really is a dysfunctional family? And what are the dangers of a dysfunctional family to the society? This is what our guests will be talking about today on the show. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, CADAM, a faith-based NGO under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God that is at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse. Louisa Olani is my name. Welcome on board. But as always, we take you through the case study for today, and then we come back to delve straight into the issue. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Welcome again.
Thank you, Ma. We have a really beautiful home.
Thank you.
Yes, Ma.
I hope you didn't find it difficult finding this place.
Oh, no, not at all. When is Uncle coming back?
Anytime soon.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure you don't want to eat anything?
Oh, no, Mommy. I'm fine.
You know this is your home too as well, yeah?
Yes, Mommy.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine.
And how's everybody?
Fine.
Welcome.
Ah, brother.
Welcome, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
I had no idea you were coming.
Yes, it wasn't planned. I had no one else to run to.
Run to. What happened?
My mother had an accident.
Jesus Christ. When?
2 nights ago.
I just hope it's not anything serious.
Uncle, it's been 3 years now. And not even a phone call from you.
I wanted to get in touch, but...
But what?
The last time I saw my stepsister, she rained abuses on me over a minor family issue. Do I deserve that kind of a treatment? Do I?
I guess that justifies it then.
I'm not trying to justify anything.
She fell into a ditch.
Was it dark?
It doesn't have to be. She was intoxicated.
No, this one is not making any sense for me. No. I don't know Titi to be an alcoholic, no. No.
My mother is an alcoholic.
What?
Yes. You see, you didn't know what I had to go through. What I had to put up.
Hello. We had a little misunderstanding last night. But his phone has switched off. Please, I beg you in the name of God, if you see my husband, tell him to come back home, please. The kids are worried. Okay? Thank you, thank you.
But Mommy, how could he just leave?
He won't leave, he will come back. I know your father.
And if he doesn't?
He will. He won't abandon his family. And please, enough with this, your negativity. Just leave my front.
Mom.
Go!
Mom, wake up.
What is it? What is it?
I need you to go lie down inside. Please.
Why? Why?
Femi and Benga will be home anytime soon.
So?
I don't want them meeting you like this. Besides, where have you been?
Dora, what gave you the right to wake me up from my sleep?
Mom, you were passed out drunk.
So, because you have started hanging around these stupid boys on the estate, you think you are the same level, Abby? Think you are the same level? I don't blame you. I would have walked away the way your father go. I have just left.
You're the reason he left.
What did you just say?
Yes. I still remember everything you put him through.
So he has gotten to this. You not talk back at me.
Mom, you know what I'm saying, it's the truth. Everybody knows it.
You not talk back at me, Dora.
Mom, please just sit down.
Dora, you push me. Your own mother, Dora. You all know it's been tough since your father left. I've tried all my possible means. I think it has gotten to a point where we'll start contributing.
Contributing? How?
When the school resumes next time, your brother here is not going back to school.
And that's not going to happen. I dropped out of school, so he don't and won't have to.
Things are harder now. So, there's nothing I can do.
But mommy.
Not just, but mommy, me, dear Femi. Go outside and see what your mates are doing. I think you're a child. Go outside and see what your mates are doing. Just keep head like your father.
Mommy, if he drops out of school now, what will he be doing?
You can go and learn a work now, or you go for apprentice. My own is first for you to bring in income.
What kind of a mother are you?
The kind that have done everything she has to do for her children. Or do you people want me to kill myself for you? Eh? Please, I'm going out too.
Don't mind what Mommy is saying. You're not dropping out of school, and I'll make sure of it.
Okay, I'm going out, so I will see you people later when I come back. Dora. Come. Dora, turn.
Why?
Dora, turn. Let me take a closer look at you. You are pregnant.
Pregnant? Me? When her suspicions were confirmed, she chased me out of the house. So I had to go stay with friends. I sought out ways to cater for my brothers, whom she abandoned. 2 days ago, I got a call from a neighbor that she fell into the ditch when coming back from the bar. She's still in coma.
Honey, we just have to do something about it.
I am so sorry.
Wow, what a little mistake can cost the family. Hope you enjoyed that clip. And like I mentioned earlier on, we're talking dysfunctional family today. And I've been joined in the studio by a certified relationship coach, an experienced educationist that has about over 25 years experience, dealing with issues like this. She's also an ordained pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to make welcome none other than the delectable and cerebral Mrs. Olabisi Ibitayo. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. For a moment there, I wasn't sure if it was me you were introducing or there was somebody else here in the studio with us. Thank you. It's such a pleasure for me to be here. I really feel honored to be here.
Yeah, it's you and just you. I mean, you're doing a whole lot within this space, and it's only proper that we seek your counsel and, of course, some of the experiences you've had within counseling when it comes to families. But let's start first and foremost with your take on that video.
My take on the video, first I'd like to commend what Kedam is doing, like I said, and it's amazing, and I can imagine how many lives are being transformed by what they do. The video, for anyone who watched, is a very pathetic one. It makes my heart bleed in the sense that it's obvious that family is dysfunctional. There's so many things wrong. A cocktail of issues. A father who's not there, but a father who, before he left, had issues with his wife, a woman who didn't know how to solve her problem and so resorted to alcohol, a young girl who had to grow into shoes that were not exactly her fit. And so everything for me in that video was just so off, really.
So how would they have dealt with the issue differently? Let's take each party concerning that video one after the other, from the mother to the girl and then to the guy.
You know, a lot of times it's very easy for us to sit back and judge a situation and assume that there are better ways to have handled it. But looking at that and listening to all parties there, I believe the man walked away. I don't know whatever it was, because like the girl said, the mother was always nagging him. And so he got tired of the nagging. So I probably think maybe the wife shouldn't have nagged so much to the point that she drove him away. But then I'm asking myself, what exactly was he doing that was making her nag? So I see both parties not sitting down to talk about the challenges they were having in their marriage. And so I see a lack of communication, a lack of openness, a lack of like, this is what you do that I don't feel comfortable with. And so it probably went on many years. And after a while, the guy was just like, come on, I've had enough of this. What else should the wife have done differently, the mother have done differently? Definitely not taken to alcohol, because that obviously messed up her mind. And she just couldn't think rationally. She couldn't fit into the position of being the mother, the leader in the home. And of course, we all know, alcohol messed her up to the point that she became an alcoholic. So that was wrong. She shouldn't have done that. Also, for the girl, poor girl, my heart really went out to that one. And there's so many of them out there, painfully and sadly so. There's so many youths who are being forced to take on roles that are not exactly theirs. They're being forced to become the adults that they're not ready for. They're being forced to take on responsibilities of paying school fees. You heard her there. She said she had to drop out of school. I mean, how bad could it get, really? And so I saw a paint girl, really, trying to act maturely, but she wasn't exactly doing the right thing. So it was a cocktail of the father, the mother, and the child not handling the situation the right way.
Now, let's come to what you do. Some people have issues in their family. They come up there and then feel all of the, nice family, but deep down, it's eating them. And we also have this issue of if someone comes to talk, people look down and want to judge them. How do counselors ensure that people trust them to come to talk to them? And are there cases or helplines, so to speak, where families can run to without fear of getting intimidated or talked down or even regretting going in the first place?
Okay, let me share this with you. I was at a program a few days ago. I was the speaker there. It was a marriage talk, making your marriage talk work. And I said something. I said, it's essential for us in our relationships, whatever the relationship is, work-related, marriage, whatever, to always seek prayerfully professional help or people who can assist. And then somebody in the audience got up and raised her hand, and she said to me, she said, I stopped asking for help the day the pastor in my former church got up and started preaching about my situation. Did you hear that? I mean, it's on YouTube. You can Google it. It's there. It's on YouTube.
But he never mentioned her name.
Yes, he never mentioned her name. But she said to me, because I asked those questions, she said to me he wasn't bringing it up to make people learn from. She said he said it in a scornful way, as if I was foolish in my reaction. Right. And so I say to myself, why would people clam up in their relationships? Because people like you and I would definitely stigmatize them. Because people like you and I, even though we have our own issues burning under our skirts, will always give the impression that our homes and our marriages are perfect, our relationships are perfect, our children are perfect. And so what that does is it cages individuals who would really want to shout out for help. We don't have so much of even our spiritual leaders. I'd like to hear a pastor come on stage and say to me, these are the issues I'm having with my wife in marriage, but these are the ways. But when we come up and we so sugarcoat everything about our relationships, it gives the impression that everybody else's life but yours is fine. And so what happens? I try to cover my head in shame. I bury my head in sand. I don't want anybody to hear. And ultimately also, talking about the youth here, that's why a lot of parents whose children are dealing with drugs, whose children are having issues, will never come out to talk. Why? Because we all assume that every other person's child is perfect. And so you just think it's yours only. Someone said to me when she took her child to rehab, when she got there, she was amazed at the caliber of people whose children were having challenges, doing drugs as well. And so I think if the society could just stop being judgmental, we will have more people speak about their situations, and people would be able to help them also.
So true. We all have our issues. I mean, they'll tell you every other family have their stuff, bothering them. It's only the ones that come out to speak that you know. But I mean, don't resort to drugs or alcohol to solve any problem. That's my take home from there. We'll take a break at this point. When we return, we'll delve straight to what really is a dysfunctional family and what are the causes of dysfunctional family in the 21st century and how detrimental are dysfunctional families to the society. It's still regardless. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
My name is Olabisi Ibitayo, and an ordained minister in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I'm a certified relationship coach, and I have a passion for family. I have a passion for homes. And I believe strongly that we can make families work. We can make our marriages work. We can bring our children right, that they don't become burdens to us as we grow old. Let's do what is right. Let's teach them. Let's train them. Let's be there for them. Let's be there for ourselves in our relationships. And I promise you honestly, in the place of prayer, the Lord will guide us and everything will work out fine. Thank you.
Interesting times in the studio here. You're still watching Regardless, Nigeria's #1 anti-drug abuse TV series put together by CADAM. CADAM, of course, is under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse. And my guest, She doesn't like me to call her Pastor Mrs., but permit me to use it. Pastor Mrs. Bisi Ibitayo is still with us in the studio, and we're talking dysfunctional family. She's someone that has walked that shoes, that's walked that path, and she has an experience of something like this. She also deals with families with similar issues. So, of course, we're talking to the right person. Thank you for staying tuned, and of course, for joining us in the studio today. Interesting talk before that break. And now let's come back now. This is the 21st century, and so many things are happening. It's as if, you know, people come out and tell you how it seems that the devil is attacking the family institution. But let's just leave the devil at one end and deal with our issues. Now, what really is a dysfunctional family, and what are the causes of dysfunctional families?
Okay. We will not leave the devil out of it, because obviously the devil is against the family. But then I'll also like to say this. My mantra in life is emphasizing individual responsibility. That's my mantra. Everywhere I go, that. And why do I say that? Because if we keep pushing everything to the devil and we leave it at the devil, we never will go far in life. And so what is a dysfunctional family? Like I said, anything dysfunctional is something that goes against the right way that it should be. That's the way it's been fashioned or programmed to. So ideally, a family is a place where it should be your safe haven. It should be a place of joy. Oh yes, you will have your differences, but not so much that it pushes one out of the home. So what is a dysfunctional home? The signs of a dysfunctional home. A place where there's continuous conflict. A place where there's fear. A place where there's intimidation. A place where there's so much uncertainty of what you're going to meet next. A place of physical abuse, both parents or the children. A place of emotional abuse. You know, these days we focus on a lot of, I hear things like, why should you be complaining about your husband or complaining about your wife? At least he doesn't beat you physically. But do you know there are a lot of homes where people are battered emotionally?
And it's even worse than the physical ones.
Exactly. It has more damaging effect on people. So what is a dysfunctional home? A dysfunctional home is where there's no peace. There's just no joy. There's just, everything just doesn't work out. And each time I talk about this, my heart bleeds, because I've walked this path. I grew up in a home where I would watch my father beat my mother severally. I watched him strip her naked and throw her out, especially when we had to grow up in a place, in an environment. It wasn't a RAS environment. And so the next day you're carrying your bag, you're going to school, and people are looking at you and they're wondering what happened to you. Of course, what does that do to you as a child? What is it doing to our youths out there? It is pushing a lot of people, like it did me, to places where you wouldn't ordinarily go. Why? Because you're seeking for love out there. You're seeking for everything that is just not at home.
Yeah, I would come back to how you dealt with yours. I mean, how you scaled through. And today you're a better person, and you could tell people's story. Not every other person will go through that and get saved at the end of the day. Now, we're talking about family. You blame the church and other people, giving us an example of the pastor that used the woman to preach. Now, at the end of the day, we saw that young lady going to the uncle. That means they actually had a family. Why didn't they seek help? Why did she have to wait? I'm asking as if we were there, but I'm just looking at how some people avoid other family members. You know, they just feel it's just me and my family alone, not wanting to seek help. You're not going to church. You're not even going to other family members until it now dawned on them before she eventually came. So how do people deal with that, and why is that in today's society?
Okay, can I just say this? I didn't blame the church. I used the example of that woman to show you that a lot of people have issues with their issues now becoming topics of discussion to make them feel like bad people. So it's not just the church. It happens everywhere, even amongst friends. You're not talking, haven't you heard that this isn't working any longer? Okay, so you're saying, why don't they seek for help, like we saw? If you recall from that video, the uncle said he had reached out to his sister, that she sent her out of their house, if I recall that correctly. Many times it's out of shame. Many times it's because you don't want your, you know, sometimes when we get married, they say things like, don't let the third hear. Don't let the third person hear what issues you're dealing with. And so that woman was probably fixated on that. And so she's saying to herself, the third party mustn't hear what I'm going through. The third party, can I say this to every woman and man out there? At what point can the third party be part? There's nothing wrong with the third party as long as the third party is a sensible person who can help you out.
So how can this same society that this dysfunctional family can affect, how can they be of help to such families before it gets out of hand?
Can I just say this to everybody who's listening here? Can we all be concerned for the next person? Can we all show love to one another? Can we stop criticizing people? Can we also, as parents, allow other people have input in bringing up our children? Can we begin to collaborate as parents with the stakeholders in the lives of our children? Can we ask more questions concerning the lives of our children? Can you please take time to talk to the teacher? You're not in competition with the teacher, to find out how your child is doing. Can we also, as married couple, learn to communicate? Learn to talk about the issues we have. Can we be present for ourselves? Not just the presence now. Can we be there physically, emotionally? Can the husband please be careful to hear what the wife is saying and even what she's not saying? Can the wife please stop nagging and just listen to the fact that this gentleman might have issues from work? Can we just all take time to come into ourselves and begin to live? Can we cut off phone time also? There's so many things I could talk about, but then, more importantly, can we please pray?
Pray.
The devil really is on the rampage. Can we just pray? And while we're praying, can we also watch and ensure that we do what is right?
Prayer without good work, they say, is dead. I mean, I try to exonerate the devil, but he keeps coming into the picture. So let's pray and take him away from the picture. Thank you very much, Pastor Mrs. BC Ibitayo, for that very entertaining session on dysfunctional family. Well, you've heard it all. No one has it all put together, but you can still have it put together if you know how to go about it. And also seek help when you think it is not doing or is not going the way you so desire. Remember, like we always say on the show, regardless of how far, how deep you've been into being a dysfunctional family or into drugs or falling out of God's will or plan for your family, there's always hope when you seek help. I can't leave the show today without saying thank you to all our partners. This program, of course, is proudly supported by Fitson Healthcare, NEM Insurance, CFAX Group, and of course our collaborating partners, the NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency. The NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency anyway. My name is Louisa Olani, until we come your way again next week. Stay out of trouble, stay out of drug, and be good. Bye for now.
My name is Mohammed and I keep watching Plus TV Africa.
Hello, viewers. Of course, you know what time it is. It is curveball time. And you are welcome to the show where we celebrate and embrace the little and huge shockers and opinions that make life and people interesting. It's the Curveball Podcast. We advise that you keep your protective gear on at all times because a curveball may hit you at any time. And I'm joined by a cast that is always down for all sorts of shenanigans. It's a full house, and the rascals and the lovely professional is here once again. And, you know, my name is the Big Daddy Mike Abdul Salam, and I'm joined by none other, starting from my right, the lovely, joining us once again here on the Curveball Podcast, Funto Ogunbawo.
Hi.
A resident professional, join us always.
Oh, thanks.
I hope I'm not in line for an intervention this time around.
We'll see how it goes.
Oh my God, that's scary. And of course, to her right is...
Are we the rascals?
You just go along with it. You know what I mean?
Richie, are we the rascals?
Cannot be talking to me.
I thought it was even you that he was paralyzing because it wasn't me.
It's exactly a statement the rascal would make.
Okay. But I believe you cannot be talking to me.
Oh, you won't fight me if now you go.
Because you can do American accents, now you want to be doing...
Wait, can I hear the American accent?
That was what he was doing now for the intro. I was like,
that was not it.
I was like, what is going on? Like, you don't sound like this on normal
American
deal.
accent?
I like Bado Man.
You want me to do here?
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Okay. So on the show today, we're talking about. So feel free to join the conversation, and of course, it's the Curveball Podcast. And well, yeah, I can sound American.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Debatable, but okay.
Debatable.
It's okay. Good job.
Certification is actually scared. All right, so today we are talking about a second part of, you know, a very, very hot episode we had last time. It's still to talk about mental health and the impact that it has on the Nigerian society. And last time I was made as a case study against my will. Why are you laughing? You loved it. I know you all did. Yeah. But this time around, you know, we're going to be exploring the tangible steps we can take to address mental health challenges and bridge the gap between awareness and actionable support. Okay, so let's start off real quick here. You know, last time we defined mental health. We talked about the possible impact it could have on Nigerian society, whether or not it's something that, you know, we should have accepted or we should accept. And you, you know, told us that it's subjective to the cultural style, or how did you even put it again?
Culturally sensitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Or cultural sensitivity.
Exactly. So, you know, what we're going to be talking about today, or the first thing I want to really ask, is stigma concerning mental health and you know, the focus on it. You know, the fact that we're in a country, or we're in an area rather, where you know, when you talk about mental health, people go around looking at you like you are just, you know, being weak or soft.
Sensitive.
Yeah, just unnecessarily sensitive, overly sensitive. Now, I want to, you know, ask you first of all, before the other people who don't need to be here take the. What happened? Am I lying? I mean, it's meant to be a professional. I'm going to handle this. It's not new.
Cannot be talking to
you.
I want to ask, how is it that, you know, this stigma can be lessened, reduced, you know, quelled down in order for us to, you know, move forward with the also debatable importance that mental health stands for?
Well, I mean, your last statement kind of explains why the stigma still exists. Like, if we're saying debatable, then it's kind of counterintuitive for the stigma to be released. But in general, how can stigma be released? It's just by talking more and like understanding the importance, right? Because I mean, truth is that we're an adaptable society, right? So I'm sure once upon a time, using like medication when you were feeling down was a taboo, or, you know, looked down on, right? But now, I mean, you had malaria last week. I'm sure you're fine now. But now, you know, I'm good. Nobody thinks about it. Like, if you need to take medication, you need to take medication, right? So, and that just, I'm sure that took time. It took people, it took education. So we need to get more educated about like the importance of mental health and move past the notions that we have about mental health, because those notions are not necessarily founded in truth. And I mean, a lot of those notions is just because of lack of information, right? So moving past the stigma would be more information, listening to, or even just getting the insight from like professionals such as myself, and people just talking more about it, right? Having conversations within like your own circle of influence, because everybody has a circle of influence. So having more conversations about that. So, yeah.
So, talking more.
Yeah, you seem to have a problem with that.
I don't know, man. I seem to have a problem with going around talking about my problems, but
no. So I didn't say talk about your problems, though.
Okay.
I'm saying talk about. First of all, to reduce the stigma, you have to acknowledge something as important, right? So we need to acknowledge that mental health is important, and from that acknowledgement, we can talk more within our circles of influence. So talk more doesn't mean sharing your problems. It can mean, if somebody feels like sharing that they've gone through therapy, they can share that. If someone wants to like share resources, like, okay, these are like resources that you can reach out to when you're having a difficult time and things like that. That's what I mean by like talking more, not just sharing your problems.
Just sharing your problems.
Sharing your problems is included, but like it's not just that.
Just that, okay.
Okay, but in recent times, we've noticed that a lot of people make excuses using, how do they call it, mental health. Oh,
My
I
mental
have
health.
so and so
Yeah,
issue. That's why I
yeah.
reacted like this.
Yeah.
Like, what impact? I think that has a negative impact.
Absolutely.
On the stigmatization issue and all of that. So how do you think that can be quelled?
So how can we call like people using mental health as
excuse to?
Yeah. I think again it goes back to information, right? Because oftentimes just something as simple as like somebody, if we find someone that's like finicky and likes things arranged in a certain way, we would typically say that, oh, you have OCD or that person is OCD. And that's wrong, right? Because mental health diagnoses are not adjectives, right? So it's being able to correct things like that, right? Like, okay, this person doesn't have OCD. Because OCD is a serious mental health condition and you don't want to have it, right? So I think it goes back to just, again, working within that circle of influence, right? So if you have a friend that is saying, like, oh, I'm so OCD, or like, my mental health, it's holding that person accountable. Hopefully, you have a close enough relationship with them that you can do that. Because, like you said, it does have a negative impact because now it becomes a running joke, right? It's like, oh, especially, like people always say, like, oh, Gen Z, they're so quick to say my mental health, right? And so I guess this is also where professionals like myself have to do work, like educating people that, like, you can have a stressful day or be faced with a difficulty, and it doesn't mean that, like, you have mental health issues. Yeah.
I was going to ask about what you felt the relationship between resilience and, the place of resilience in sort of the mental health space. I think on one side, resilience had too much emphasis on resilience and the fact that life is just hard, like you have to just get on with it. But then on the other side, I think arguably people cave with things that maybe if they had a bit more resilience, they would be able to push through. So I'm wondering, effectively, just generally speaking, where does resilience come in on the sort of spectrum or in the space of mental health?
Okay. Help me understand your question better. So how does resilience play into like just mental health difficulties?
Yes, not even necessarily difficulties. Mental health is, you can have good mental health and you can have bad mental health, right?
Yeah.
So just generally in the mental health space, how much maybe emphasis should we put on resilience? Is it still as important as maybe it once was? How do you think resilience currently operates in the mental health space?
Gotcha. So resilience is very personalized, right? So what resilience looks like for you may not look like that for me. So this is where we have to be careful with not setting like a general factor or like metric on what resilience should look like. It's the same way how like, sorry, I have to use malaria again. If somebody has, someone's response to malaria is going to be different from another person's response. And that doesn't mean like person A is less resilient than person B when it comes to fighting, you know, the malaria. There are different things that are at work. We don't know what their genetic makeup is, you know, things like that, right? So when someone, for example, has been faced with a lot of stress, and even by stress, I mean like emotional distress. So let's even say like trauma, for example, right? It's going to be more difficult for that person to exhibit like resilience versus like if someone that hasn't like had a traumatic life experience, right?
Okay, so sorry to cut you short. You are going to pick off from where I just interrupted.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I'm really just looking at everybody go on and on about the whole resilience and talk and... Okay, so the lovely Funto is going to pick up from where she left off, answering Mo's snooze first of a question, but you know...
This batter.
What?
Don't worry. Go properly.
But you know, I've just been hearing so much resilience and talk and well, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. The gang is still here. We're gonna go on a short break. Do not go anywhere. It's still the Curveball Podcast. Okay, it's still the Curveball Podcast, and welcome back. The gang is still here. I've got Mo, I've got Richie, and I've got the lovely Funto. And we're still talking mental health and its inclinations and impact on the Nigerian society. We opened the show with how we could, quell stigma in the Nigerian society concerning mental health. And of course, pardon me, my head is full. You know how I am now. We forgot to give you the lowdown on our tools as usual. The ball goes to whoever has the most agreeable takes among us here. I certainly know I'm not getting that one. The bat goes to whoever drops the most controversial takes. I might get that one. I'm not sure.
Because?
Seriously.
Because you are who?
I'm him. I'm literally him.
Watch what will happen. At the end of this podcast, you will melt.
Oh, yeah. Praise on air. And of course, the bell is for anyone whoever has any reaction to any controversial thing that has been said that resonates with what they feel. They press the bell. So let's go quickly into it. I want to just take a pointer from all the things that were said in the first segment concerning the whole talk about it. That's really my problem. Really, why are we talking, even if it's about to quell the stigma? In fact, this whole mental health thing, why are we even basing so much importance on it? That's my problem. And I know we discussed this in the last episode and I was made a case study, but taking it away from me now, we have people who are literally going through life doing fine without putting much emphasis on this thing. Is it not when you now even put emphasis and shine a light on it that their problems become more evident and they start to spiral out of control?
What's your definition of them doing fine? Like, what does them doing fine look like?
They have jobs.
Okay.
They can afford to eat 2, if you're considering the current Nigerian economy, square meals a day. They can move. They're not crippled or disabled.
Okay.
They have families.
Okay.
They can afford to put food on the table.
Yeah.
I'm saying this for a certain segment or a certain percentage of people. I mean, we do know we have people who are not as privileged as all these, but I'm just saying those ones. I understand why they might have those or these mental health issues I'm talking about. They don't have any means to procure food. But I'm talking about people who are okay, like.
So people who are able to meet like their basic needs.
Exactly. Yeah. Why are we shining the whole mental health thing on it when you are doing okay?
Yeah.
It is when you bring this thing to the forefront that people will now start contemplating and thinking about things that shouldn't be thought about in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the? I'm making sense, Abby. I'm feeling me. Yeah, obviously, some of you are feeling me. Why are people laughing? I'm making sense. She's doing what I can understand. She's the only professional here. You guys are just looking on. Anyway.
So why are we talking about it? If
Why are we
their
talking about
basic
it?
needs are being met. Well, if we look at it, sure, their basic needs might be met, but is their quality of life good? Right? Taking aside the basic needs. And then the people around them, do they feel like they're good? Right? If we, okay, let's use someone as a case study, a father that's working, able to provide for his family and things like that. If we ask any of his family members, if we ask his children, for example, or even his wife, right? If we put aside the basic needs that are being met, what is the relationship like with their father or with their husband, right? Does daddy come home and he's snapping at everybody, right? Is he irritable? Is he eating more than usual? Is he drinking more than usual? Is he sleeping more than usual, right? But then keep in mind, though, those basic needs are still being met, right? So if we take aside the basic needs that are being met and we look at those other factors that I stated, then the quality of life is not really peak.
Some people are just high functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even that is debatable because high functioning is like you should be able to respond to the stresses of life, right? But if you're engaging in like things like drinking or like you're irritable or you're constantly sleeping, then those are coping skills. So you're not necessarily being responsive or responding to the stresses of life in a healthy way.
When you even say needs, you use the word needs and then you are just talking about food. If you've checked Maslow's
hierarchy.
Come on now, sociologists.
You would see self-esteem.
Yeah.
Maslow's
hierarchy of needs.
I don't do sociology.
No, it's not.
It's a
common sense thing.
Life thing you should know.
Yeah. I should know.
The fact is that
it's common sense.
We
It doesn't
have needs.
Sorry, doesn't it?
Bloop.
Wait, I know.
You're saying?
You understand why I was laughing earlier? I was not laughing for you.
It was at. But that's okay.
So we have needs for self-esteem. So when you talk about just food, shelter, and other things, you're making us look like androids. Like we are not supposed to have emotions. Our emotional needs are also strong too. So you saying that because somebody can eat and somebody is living under a roof, he should not have needs that are mental or emotional, then
this is my this is my entire problem with humanity as a whole. The fact that this is my entire problem with our race. And I'm human here.
Are you sure? You should have said your race so that we'll know that you're talking about us because you are part of the problem.
I literally wish I wasn't, but you know, God decided to make me one, and you know, I don't have a choice. I sincerely believe that the main reason why we have not been able to attain the peak to which we could attain is because of these emotions, so to speak.
Okay.
They are limiting. You eat, you sleep, wake up, move about, and you are fine. Why do we now have to start adding these emotions, so to speak, and you know, add them and it just starts to make it just doesn't make any sense anymore.
What makes up a soul, if you are going to say that? Because we are, I think the difference between us and other things is because we have souls.
Yeah.
And it is from our souls that we have all of these emotions and all these things coming out. So if you are saying that God created us, then he should have just created us like plants. We should only respond to the sun, respond to water, and not interact and other things.
Even you speaking of God, Seth, as
surprising.
Yeah, no, because if we're talking about people that shouldn't have that sort of emotional side to us, do you not think a lot of your beliefs and all of that would also be eradicated as a result? You just be,
most of them are emotional. You can't see God.
or at least have some emotional side to them.
I'm feeling incredibly out-wisdomed on this episode.
So I wanted to touch on something that he just said about, like, you know, God should have made us like plants and stuff like that. Like, even organisms, like, they respond to their environments, right? So I remember when I was in school, we were told about like a study that was done, and you can actually look it up, where there was an experiment with two plants, right? So they both got like the basic needs, like water, light, and everything. One plant, they spoke, you're going to roll your eyes at this. They spoke negatively to it, and the other plants, like they spoke like positively to it. And at the end of the experiment, guess which one? It's fine, I know. Guess which one died? The one that they spoke negatively to, right? And all that to say is that like that plant was responding to the environment, right? So we respond to our environments. We're not computers, unfortunately. We're not computers where you can literally turn us off, turn us back on, do what you need to do, go back off. We're not, and that's what makes us different.
That experiment you mentioned, the result was purely coincidental.
Okay.
The odds of that happening again are just off the top of my head.
You can repeat it though. You can repeat the experiment.
Speak negatively to a plant and it will die.
So get two. Yeah.
You're a horrible plant.
This is not alive. So what are you doing? your sample is incorrect.
You literally want me to go get a plant and speak.
That's a real plant.
I mean, okay, look, you're horrible, you're terrible, and you're not meant to be here on this set. It's not going to die.
Yeah, you don't mean it.
Okay, that's...
What do you mean I don't mean it?
I said over time.
Over time?
Yeah.
I just keep speaking negatively to it?
Yeah, and get one that you speak positively to.
And get one that I speak positively to. You know what? I'm going to try this experiment, and I'm going to come back.
And prove us wrong.
And prove every single person here wrong. Because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
They are literally surrounded by the things they need to survive. I'm very sure the person who spoke negatively, possibly on the side, undocumented, unrecorded, just said not to give the plants water and enough sunlight. As he gave, yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. Just to come out and prove his own point that, plants need mental health and love and care too. It's all very, very much delusional to me, sorry to say, so to speak. And I thought really I could come again and I could really just, let's come to a common ground. But then everything just still seems so...
Fairy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a fairy tale.
Yeah, exactly like the first day. It's I mean, it's not as bad as the first day because I was completely shut out. But this time I'm trying to keep an open mind. But as his mind is opening, he's even telling me that I see what you're opening your mind. It's weird. But anyway, let's divert and talk about something else about this topic. It's about community-based initiatives and support systems. We have to analyze the current policies regarding mental health in Nigeria. What do you think could be implemented at a legal level, or just around the community, policy changes that could actually help? In fact, I'm not even going to say what do you think. The entire restructure of the country is going to help everybody's mental health. Yes,
I mean, yeah, there's that. Also, you admit that there's a benefit to mental health?
I didn't.
Oh! We're live, Abby. That was recorded.
Oh, no, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, God.
Carry on.
If it was recorded, what's the point?
Carry on now.
That is a direct hit.
You guys, it's just making it hard for me to... Anyway, Nigeria is... I'm not even going to go on about the country. We all know what's happening right now.
Yeah.
But moving the part of the fact that the country is a huge impact on the so-called concept of mental health itself. Now, what do you think can, apart from that, be done again to, impact the concept of mental health positively for people like you and others who actually believe in it, not me. I'm good. I'm fine.
No problem. People like me. So I think one of the first things that needs to be done is suicide as a whole needs to be decriminalized. So right now, in the country of Nigeria, if you attempt to end your life, you'd actually be taken to jail.
Is it just Nigeria?
I'm not sure about other countries. I know it was a thing in other countries, but I mean, I'm Nigerian, so it's Nigeria's one that I know for sure. I think so. I think it's still true in other countries, but like I said, we're in Nigeria. I know that it's actually a thing that if you attempt to end your life, you would actually be arrested, and times have changed, right? Arresting, that's not the intervention that somebody needs. If somebody has gotten to the point where they don't feel like living any longer and they feel like the only way to deal with the emotional turmoil that they're experiencing is by ending their lives, putting them in jail, locking them up is not what they need. So we need to decriminalize that. That is obviously a cry for help. right?
What's even the logic behind it?
I'll tell you.
know for it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll gladly tell you.
Tell us.
It's simple. What came in jail, they don't have the chance to do it again. The fact that you're in jail, you have enough time, a very secluded area and space, sits in a single room.
That's
and
actually
think
not what
about
we
it.
need. Research has shown that solitary confinement does the opposite, right? If the whole point of sending someone to jail is for them to get reformed,
Yeah.
it's not through isolation that you get reformed,
Okay,
right?
Well, I think that is a worthy first step, because why would you want to end your life?
Yeah.
The life, I mean, you are a property of the state, you like it or not.
Yeah?
Yes.
Wait, what is a worthy first step?
You are a property of the state.
We have our first presidential take on it.
You are responsible, not just to yourself.
So what do you think is a worthy first step?
I said that is a worthy first step.
Like
Arresting the
decriminalize-
person is a worthy first step.
I agree with that, but I don't agree with the whole
Why is there a worthy? Why should they be arrested?
Whether you agree with it or not, that is why when you attempt suicide, you can be arrested.
So why do you think like that's like a worthy first step?
Like it's a first one to know that, of course, ending your life is a crime. You do not give yourself a life, first of all. Then probably within the jail time, that's when all those support and other things can come in. Not that you just jail somebody and just leave them.
I'm shocked.
But arresting the person for wanting to take their life is... Because I was even thinking about this morning, before I got here. I was
thinking about suicide?
it. Yes, like... The people who commit suicide.
You know what? I feel like
let me start being more open-minded.
Okay, bro. I'm going to do something.
Do you want to talk? Do you want us to talk?
Think of it. How is it that you are able to bite your tongue unknowingly and then you get injured, but you cannot do it like with your full mind? It is very difficult for you to harm yourself. And somebody who can overcome himself to end his life, that person is stronger than what they think. Now, somebody as strong as that will be able to want to harm themselves and end their life, you said they should not arrest that person. They should arrest the person first, then later deal with his issues, but they should arrest him first.
Yeah, just lock him up first.
I highly disagree.
They should not arrest them?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So how do they
Why
stop
is
them
that?
from doing it in the instance? Or
Arresting is an intervention, right?
the first step for
Yeah,
me?
it's an intervention. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any interventions, right? There should be interventions. The first step is taking them to the hospital to ensure that they are fine physically, right? Because if they failed, right, maybe whatever poison they ingested didn't work, that poison is still in their body. Do you understand? So they need to check that out. So the first step, if we're looking at it in an immediate perspective, the first step is ensuring that physically that person is okay. Now, if you want to keep them under observation and things like that, then definitely, right? You want to ensure that they are not a threat to themselves and a threat to the society as well, then you can do that. But if somebody jumps off a bridge and they don't die, they should not be going to curriculum. I don't understand.
Okay, I think you
Do you
took me out of
understand?
context a bit. I did not mean that somebody who ingested poison while the person is struggling, you carry them to jail.
We'll take them to the hospital.
That's not what I meant.
I still don't think that they should be taken to jail. Okay, so
No, of
we
course,
can
of
agree
course
that
they
they
will
should be taken to the hospital.
Of course, they will be taken to the hospital.
And then after
After that,
like
they should be arrested.
Yeah, then take them to jail.
No.
Yes, now. Yes.
Definitely,
No, I disagree.
Because, of course,
that's not
it
what
is
they
a
need.
crime,
That's not
first
the
of all.
intervention that
Hold
they
on,
need.
hold on.
Why is this a crime is my question.
Exactly. What good has that done for anybody?
No,
How
you
does
can-
it
you can
restore
choose-
them?
You can choose to end your life if you give it to yourself.
But did the state give it to them?
Exactly.
The state is responsible for protection of life.
How
Is the state
and
protecting us
property.
now? Is the state?
No,
How are they
you are
doing
talking
it? They
about
have
a
it.
failed system, but we are not talking about a failed system. We are talking about
We're talking
what
about Nigeria
it should be.
at the moment.
No.
So because
It's
Nigeria,
a failed system. That's why they are arresting people that literally try to hurt themselves.
no,
Do you understand?
system has to be there whether it is failed or not.
No,
Laws have to
I
be there
I
whether
disagree.
people are
I'm not
sane
saying
or
there
not.
shouldn't be any laws. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any interventions, right? I strongly disagree that the intervention should be jail time, because how does that restore the person's mind? Like, okay, what's the goal with arresting them? What are we hoping the outcome would be?
Well, personally, I think the whole arresting thing is more of
hold them
to the person. Fine, the person's own is just, oh, you are going to kill yourself, lock them up, and so that it will prevent them. But it will also serve as a deterrent to others who have that thing in their
So,
okay, we'll teach them a lesson, right? So like you strongly warn others in society. Okay, yeah. So if I'm really in strong emotional turmoil, the thing that is going to prevent me from ending my life is thinking about the fact that I might be in prison. You guys think that, like, when you're distressed, right, your mind is not functioning the way that it should be, right? So can I get sciencey here?
Sure.
Okay. There are parts of our brain, there are different parts of our brain, right? We have our prefrontal cortex, and then we have another part of our brain called the amygdala, right? The prefrontal cortex is what is in charge of cognition and executive functioning, helping us make decisions, things like that. The amygdala is the part of our brain that regulates emotions, right? So if somebody is in emotional turmoil, guess what? Their prefrontal cortex, it goes off. So they're not thinking, oh, if I do this, then that is going to happen. Do you understand?
So
it's the amygdala that is on.
I'm sorry.
Amygdala. Amygdala. It's the amygdala that is on. It's the amygdala that is working, right? So what we need to do, what I try to do as a therapist, is to get that prefrontal cortex back on, right? Because that's when they would be able to, you know, make proper decisions, executive functioning, things like that, right? So if somebody is in the midst of feeling like, I just want to end it all, I don't want to exist, thinking about the possible consequence of jail is impossible. Do you understand? From like a biological perspective. So that's, I mean, I strongly disagree that jailing somebody is the solution to preventing them to doing it again, to not harming themselves. But I guess we agree to disagree.
We have not said it is like the solution. No, like it is a first measure from my perspective. No, I'm not going to overstress it this time. I'm just going to say that you can only talk to somebody who you can get a hold of. Because if somebody tries to take their life and you just take them to the hospital, there's no confinement there, and this person realizes himself and this person is on the move again. When will you have time as a therapist? You keep them in confinement.
You absolutely should. So that's what I'm not.
There is confinement. When I say jail time, I'm not meaning that sentence and just leave them there to. I'm talking about.
I think it's a year jail time, Sha, if I'm correct. But anyway, I don't think we're making headway on this. So
yeah, I think we are. But there's something.
I don't think we are.
There's something she said, and then I'm going to relate it to what you said. She asked the question in the first part.
About resilience.
Resilience,
yes.
Yeah.
And then I think we are talking about resilience. We are using a big word. Let's talk about it from his own perspective. When he said weakness, he said weakness. Remember, he was talking about weakness the last time. Yeah. That those people are generally weak. At what point do you draw the line between somebody who is weak emotionally? Because of course, whether there's mental health or not, there's still the place where somebody is just so weak, like they cannot take anything at all.
What do you mean by weak? I think this is where we have
the word
to, like,
is grating on me.
Because we can't. There's no.
Do you
understand? Because if I now start saying, oh, me, Fumto, I'm the one that gets to define what weak means and what strong means, who gave me that authority? Like, I don't know the other person's life. Do you understand? Like, it's very nuanced. Okay, but what I think, sorry to interrupt you, what I think you're asking is, like, how can we help people, I guess, just develop, like, stronger mental capacity to, like, experience the stressors of life?
Yeah,
kind of, sort of.
That's close. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to give me more information? So
Okay. Probably let me just come up with a scenario.
Okay, let's do that.
Somebody meets another person in a public place, and then this other person is insulting this person. Because you are not used to those kind of things now.
Yes.
You throw the first punch. Now,
who chose the first punch? The person that was insulted. Gotcha.
Throws the first punch. Now, that is a civil case. Like, let me say something like that goes to court or whatever. You know that there's still the psychological part of it.
Yes.
But will the court now say because this person is not exposed to this? Because that's where all of these things come in.
Mhm.
I believe even the judges and all of that, they study a little bit of psychology. So how do we draw the line to say, okay, he wasn't weak, he's just not used to being insulted, that's why he threw the punch or something? Like, all of these things, most times they clash. That's why I asked that question earlier about people using mental health as excuse. Oh, I have this issue, I should not be talked to like this. That's why I'm bringing this up.
Okay.
So,
So I think, I mean, if you do something, right, you should still face the consequence of doing it. That one I will, like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't face any consequence, right? But even in facing the consequence, whatever the consequence is, it has to be aimed at, like, hopefully restoring the person, right? Because if we're using something as controversial as, like, let's say even, like, people that commit, perpetrators of, like, sexual assault, right? If we're using that as an example. If we look at their life stories, if you go and watch a lot of, like, serial killer stuff on, like, Netflix, you see that in their life stories, there's always trauma that they've experienced. Either they were neglected, or, like, they grew up in an unstable environment. What's his face doing? Or they grew up in an unstable environment.
I'm listening.
Right?
I'm listening.
Right? But, and then they now grow up to, they don't have the resources to deal with, like, the environment that they grew up in, and then they now end up, you know, becoming, like, perpetrators of crime, right? We still have to hold them accountable. You committed a crime, so therefore you have to face the consequence of committing the crime, right? So that's that. But if the goal is to better society, right, there needs to be restorative, like, implementations for that person. So how do we help people, I don't want to use your word weak, but how do we help people develop more mental and emotional capacity? It's by helping them to, one, supporting them, right? Sometimes we just need a reminder that, you know what, don't sweat it, just ignore that person. And then it's also by helping people become more aware of themselves and more confident in themselves, right? So if somebody, that's where he'll say, confidence. So if somebody, like, yes, self-esteem, exactly. So if somebody, like, insults you, right, you may not feel the need to respond or to prove them wrong because you're sure of yourself. Your self-esteem is healthy and is strong. And even if your self-esteem is healthy and is strong, it doesn't mean that you may not still feel like the sting of what they said, right? But your self-esteem is strong enough to the point that you don't feel the need to retaliate. So we just need to build people up better. But if we look at it, can we, like, confidently say that there are things in our society that help build up our self-esteem and our confidence?
I think there are a few, but not that I'm saying they are sufficient.
Yes, okay.
Hold on. So we've spitballed, we've thrown balls and curves and all the curve balls, and the bell has been silent because, I mean, I've been learning a lot, and I've been learning from people who obviously prioritize this mental health thing. I don't know. But, you know, it's we have to go on a quick break, and we will be right back. And when we do, we're going to come to a meeting point as to whether or not mental health is important. Do not go anywhere. It's still the Curveball Podcast.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Okay, so still the Curveball Podcast, people, and you know, we've had a lot of balls thrown here and there, like I said. But you know, this is the time where we have to come to an agreement. And for this purpose of coming to an agreement, I will keep quiet. Because me, I know personally that I cannot come to an agreement with what these people are saying. But for the sake of peace, for the sake of us moving on, I will keep quiet and just agree. Thank you very much. Clap for me, everybody.
No, I refuse.
I'll clap.
Okay.
You refuse that was. You still want to drive controversy. You still want us to be here more than the time that they've given us.
I don't agree with.
I'm clapping now.
No, I love you for clapping. Thank you very much. You're a reasonable person. Clap with that now. What kind of man be? Why are you looking at? Look at this.
It's disingenuous. There's nothing to clap for about that.
Disingenuous. Anyway. All right. You know, this is the time where you have to come to a meeting point. I'm just gonna put it out there. Importance of mental health. And I'm very sure, like this as it is now, all of you have agreed that mental health is important, Abi. Now, let's just, you know, end this with how we think our government, yes, that one has to come. Yes, how do we think our government can, you know, the steps they can take to improve and support mental health initiatives in the country? What do you think they should do? Or what do you think they're doing that they are not doing right, that should be done right in order to improve the mental health generally of the citizens of the country? And of course, we're going to start with her because she's the one that will give. You are probably going to say everybody should go to jail for committing suicide.
Because they are the property of the government.
Which I don't have a problem with. Anybody that tries to jump over Tomiland Bridge, knock out for sale street, you go think. But it's not about me this time around. I'm going to just, you know, leave it to her.
Yeah, okay, so I will applaud the government for something that they've done, which is passing the mental health bill. So I'm not sure if a lot of us were aware of this. Before our previous president left, a mental health bill was passed, but it was just passed. So there's still work to be done. We still need to get details on, like, you know, what exactly it's going to entail, what it's going to look like. So it's a step, so I'm going to applaud that. I think more steps that I want to, that I would like our government to have is just more initiatives. So right now, I mean, even in Lagos, we have just one federal neuropsychiatric hospital, which we commonly know as, what's the common name?
Yabales.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not going to say that, but yeah. So we need more, because that's part of stigma. Anyway, so we need more, you know, government-funded hospitals that can, you know, provide quality psychiatric care, things like that, and even just like at like the community level, you know, I think something that would be great for our government to do is, you know, just having mental health supports available in like community centers, right? Because that's where a lot of people go to if they like, you know, need help. It would be great to be able to have like either, and it doesn't even have to be like a therapist, it can be a psychiatrist or a psychiatrist nurse, somebody that has just been, a social worker, someone that has been trained to be able to deal with like the nuances of mental health. I think those are some things that I would like to see the government do, and also decriminalize suicide.
Please. Obviously.
Thank you.
I think, I think schools as well is a really important place.
In the curriculum.
Like start young. I think teachers, I don't know exactly what it is like at the moment and how they're trained, but I think that there needs to be more of an intentional effort about training teachers and arming teachers to be able to deal with
100%.
Children and their mental health. And then also, I guess still around school, maybe like stuff like scholarships, like government-funded scholarships for people going into like psychiatry and all that kind of thing.
Please, it's necessary. It's very necessary because every day I have people like reaching out to me like, oh, I want to study psychology. What do I want? What can I do? And even people that don't understand like the possible career outcomes in studying psychology. Everybody thinks like, I mean, when I said I wanted to study psychology, shout out, my parents are supportive. But people would say things like, oh, you want to study HR? What are you going to do with that? You know, things like that. So yes, definitely funding.
Yeah, and I think once the government throws their weight behind it, it probably adds some credence and acceptability in society. So I don't think it's even that hard.
Yeah, I like everything you have said. Well, me, I have one problem with what you did. You
With
clapped
me?
for a bill that we don't know anything about. Our government, of course, always signs bills. they just sign the bill, but implementing that signed bill is a problem. So
Fair enough.
I don't understand.
But I
why
mean,
they clapped for the bill. That's like an empty step. Like taking a step like this, you did not go forward. You just took a step.
Like,
fair enough. That's what I feel. So
same as arresting people committing to trying to commit suicide. But
decriminalizing suicide, it's also a good step. I will agree with you. But then you have to
exactly.
You have to look at,
oh my God.
You have to look at issues like things like suicide bombing. Of course, if they decriminalize
that's
one,
different.
No,
that's terrorism.
You cannot really tell. At some point, you cannot really tell when something is.
That is different because suicide bombing, you're going to take the lives of others. If one person is committing suicide or is ending their life.
Said, suicide bombing. There can be suicides that are not suicide bombing, that are weaponized. Somebody can be told to.
Please, I take my back. I unring it.
How do you unring it? Somebody can be inspired to go and take their lives somewhere that will.
Choice of word as well is just so annoying. What do you mean inspired? What kind of?
Yeah, suicide bombers actually inspired to take their lives. Yes, he's on
Yeah, but like she just said, like it's terrorism, and that like those are two different issues.
Yes, but there are points where you cannot really differentiate.
You're saying it's a blurred line, or there's the possibility of
never allow me to.
Okay, actually, yeah, you didn't even finish. You were saying decriminalizing suicide and then suicide bombing.
Yeah, there are times that somebody's death can mean a whole lot of things. Like probably somebody comes to, let me say, a place of worship and takes his own life. There are intonations that go just beyond the fact that somebody killed himself. Nobody will think about just the mental health of that person. They will be thinking about the faith around and all those things. So yes, there's still that. It doesn't have to be suicide bombing. So sometimes it will be difficult to differentiate which one is criminal and which one is just somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity.
You should give Nigerian lawmakers and judges some respect so that they can differentiate between the suicide bomber and his own. I think you should respect them just a little bit. I don't know. There might not be.
Nice way to put it out there that you are a first-class law student. Congratulations.
She is?
Yes, now. She just used that top.
Come on, girl.
She just used that top.
You got so annoying. After you abused us.
Wonderful way to put it out there. But of course, me, I don't know. I said I'll give you up. I'm just going to say it. I think I still agree with Richard. And of course, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything everyone has said. But apart from the whole decriminalizing suicide thing, why would you want to kill yourself because you're having problems? And because you're having problems, I understand what he's saying. Someone's death might probably, it might not be suicide bombing necessarily. It might be just you see someone die and automatically you are wired to
and that's why we need initiatives in the community, right? So someone's death can impact the rest of the community, absolutely. And that is why we need initiatives within the community to be able to help different things that occur in the community.
Arresting the person is an initiative now.
Okay.
There's just one point.
We won't end today.
While we are trying to conclude, there's one point I wanted to talk about. The fact is, we don't really know who has mental health issue or which group of people are suffering from mental health issues until it starts manifesting. So saying that an initiative on ground will stop a possible outburst of mental issue, it can cushion it, but I don't think it
can prevent it. You're talking about curative measures. There's prevention and there's cure. They're two different things.
Yes, but
prevention means that you don't have to cure.
Something you don't know.
Well, I don't understand. Like you eat fruit and vegetables, and you have a balanced diet. You exercise.
That's food and vegetables.
It's a preventive measure. It's a preventive measure for potential physical health issues that you don't yet know of, but you can do stuff to curb now.
If
it's not rocket science.
Which I believe everybody has their 2 cents about. We won't leave here, but I believe we've all come to the conclusion that these are ways that the government can help implement mental health and improve what we have already. Even the bill that is empty, I agree with that.
All right.
But I mean, these are ways. And of course, we've all agreed on shining the spotlight on mental health and, showed everyone, sorry, mistake, my head is full, I'm hungry. Showed everyone that, mental health is important and all that. So, yeah, it's cool. So do you have anything to say concerning your trade and your profession and what you do, and in case anyone out there needs help that you might be able to render, know that you will be able to render. What's your...
My trade. Okay, yeah, so I have my own psychotherapy practice. So if anybody is seeking therapy services, you can definitely come our way. The name of the practice is Ibiayo, so Place of Joy. Our website is www.ibiayo.com. That's IBIAYO.com. And our Instagram is IBII.AYO. So yes, you can find that information.
Ibiayo, Place of Joy.
Yes.
Wow. Food day.
Huh?
Is that food? I am calling it Ibiayo. What do you want? That's deceptive.
Is it just food? Okay.
Place of Joy in Yoruba. I am saying food.
Oh, it's Yoruba.
She said Ibiayo. I asked her, say food day. She said food day.
Should I, an Igbo person or an Hausa person, come to that place?
Let's not make it about that.
No, I'm just asking.
Okay, so again, the name of the practice is Ibiayo. So www.ibiayo.com. Our Instagram is the same, IBII.AYO. And we don't discriminate on any religion or race or tribe, so...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it live here on the Curveball Podcast. Go to Ibiayo in case you have anything that is doing your brain. Yeah, that.
I didn't. That's not the kind of PR that we're going for. It's okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who gets this?
Fake.
Obviously. Her.
Obviously, oh, please.
Again.
She's the only peacemaker in this place. Guys.
This one caught me off guard. It's like, I'm shook.
Yeah, suicide discrimination. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of another lovely episode. This one was a lot more peaceful than the last, and yeah, I'm glad we could get to a meeting point concerning mental health. So you know how we always do this and how we always end the show. When life throws a curveball at you, don't, avoid it. Just swing back and hit back at life. And, it's the Curveball Podcast. Follow up on the conversation at the Curveball Podcast, and we will be seeing you guys again on another episode of this wonderful, wonderful show. You know how we end the show, guys. Everyone say what?
Curveball!
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts, that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Hello and welcome to VOA's The Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari, for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what we have got lined up for you this week. We'll look at some African creatives who receives nomination for the 97th Oscars. In the midst of ongoing war in Sudan, a 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed uses her rap music to entertain families and loved ones. Plus, a Kenyan tech company has found the use of plastic waste to print 3D models to help students in their learning. Hosted by South African comedian Trevor Noah for the 5th year in a row, the Grammy festivities were revamped to be part awards show and part fundraiser for the people affected by the recent wildfires in Los Angeles area, which killed 29 people and displaced thousands, including many musicians. It was a big night for Beyoncé, who became the first black woman to win Best Country Album for Cowboy Carter, fresh off announcing her upcoming tour for the album. She also won Album of the Year for the same record, the first time she's won in that category despite being the most decorated Grammy winner. It was also an exciting night for Nigerian singer Tems, who took home the Best African Music Performance Award for her hit Love Me JJ, being only the second year that the category highlighting African artists has been introduced. Kendrick Lamar took home Record of the Year and Song of the Year for Not Like Us, a diss track in his feud with Canadian rapper-singer Drake. Pink Pony Club singer Shepa Rwand was named Best New Artist. Meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter won Best Pop Vocal Album for Short and Sweet, while Doechii became the third woman in Grammy history to win Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal. The 97th Academy Awards, also known as the Oscars, are scheduled for March 2nd, and African creatives are among hundreds from different parts of the world who are anxious to see if they will win one of the prestigious golden statuettes. VOA's Mike Hove has more.
Now this year's nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. Alien.
African cinema is being recognized at this year's Academy Awards. Included in the nominees is South Africa's The Last Ranger, which has been nominated in the Best Live Action Film category. The South African film explores the dangers of rhino poaching while highlighting conservation efforts in the nation's Eastern Cape province. Cindy Lee, the director of The Last Ranger, says she's happy that the movie is receiving international attention because it helps expose the threat that rhino poaching has on several South African industries, especially tourism.
We have this huge problem in South Africa, rhino poaching. One rhino is killed every 15 hours in South Africa, and we've already lost over 10,000 rangers, who put their life on the line to try and protect the rhinos. So my brother wrote this beautiful short film. This is based very loosely. It's inspired by a true story. It talks to a lot of things, It talks to so many socioeconomic issues as well facing South Africa.
Studies released by the World Wildlife Fund showed that the population of black rhinos declined dramatically to fewer than 2,500 worldwide between 1960 and 1995. The international group says persistent conservation efforts across Africa have helped increase the black rhino population to more than 6,000. However, the WWF warns that the wildlife crimes, especially rhino poaching, to sell the horns illegally on the international market continues to plague the species and threaten recovery efforts.
Rhinos are about to become extinct. I think the black rhino is right on the cusp of extinction. So that is the emergency situation we have right now, because if we don't stop this, we won't have rhinos. And if there are no rhinos, that could affect tourism. And if tourism collapses, South Africa could collapse. I mean, you have to understand the importance. South Africa's biggest source of income is its tourism.
African cinematographers are excited about the international success of The Last Ranger. They say the film's a paving way for the world to learn more about Africa and the talent that the continent offers. Lee echoes those sentiments.
The Tunda Choir is a beautiful choir out of Khayelitsha. and they are the vocalists in our film. Now imagine Satanda Kwai, nobody knows who they are. Then this film gets onto a platform like the Oscars, and when people, all these Academy voters are going to go, there are 10,000, I think, Academy voters, they're going to go and watch this film. 10,000 people are going to see the actors, producers, writers, directors. 10,000 potential people who are into music hear the Thanda Choir, and they reach out to the Thanda Choir and offer them work, and their lives change. And their lives change, and more people want that to happen. And then the ball starts rolling. So it is, you know, we can change lives one film at a time.
In the 95-year-old history of the Academy Awards, only 3 African movies have won an Oscar in the Best International Films category. The first was Z, an Algerian movie produced in 1969. The second was Black and White in Color, a movie from Ivory Coast produced in 1976. And the last time an African movie won the Golden Statuette was in 2005, after the South African movie Tsotsi received the accolade. Mike Ove, VOA News, Washington.
In a makeshift shelter carved out of a schoolyard in eastern Sudan, 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed is using rap music to bring comfort to families displaced by the country's ongoing war. Mohammed's love for rap took root for years, but the outbreak of war really brought it home, pushing her to start writing her own lyrics.
At a UN-sponsored space in the shelter, the young rapper known as Nana commanded the stage with electrifying energy. Laughter and claps echoed through the air as women and children swayed and twirled to the beat, defying a war that has gripped the country since April 2023.
I started listening to rap 4 years ago, and a few months after the war erupted, I started composing songs. Most of the songs I composed were for the place I love the most and where I grew up, which is Omdurman. I composed 3 songs about it.
The conflict in Sudan has claimed the lives of tens of thousands, uprooted over 12 million people, and pushed Sudanese to the brink of famine. Nana's fans say her songs resonate deeply.
I like her songs very much. They're all very nice. They make me feel happy. Her songs are very good, and her performance is also really good.
What I like the most is when people start singing, clapping and dancing with me. This makes me very happy. Even when I play songs other than rap, everybody comes. Everybody, young and old, they all come and dance with me. It's something wonderful, and it boosts my self-confidence.
When the war erupted, Mohammed fled her hometown of Omdurman, the twin city of the capital Khartoum, with her family. Now residing in a secondary school in Port Sudan, she uses rap to articulate her grief and preserve cherished memories of home.
What inspired me the most to compose songs is listening to Sudanese rappers. I liked it. When the war erupted, this gave me an even greater drive. So I started composing rap songs, and now I have 9 songs that I composed myself. Of course, the biggest wish I hope for is for the war to stop. For me to be able to complete my studies and become a skilled surgeon and a famous rapper. To have a balance between the two. To be a surgeon and a rapper. It is difficult, I know, but I think I'll be able to do both. It's not a problem. I like the challenge.
Plastic waste accounts for 10 to 12% of all solid waste in Kenya. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, a Kenyan tech company is using plastic waste to print 3D models that help college students with their learning while reducing damage to the environment. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
These 3D models are made from recycled plastic waste. A 3D image is designed and uploaded into a machine, which then prints the desired model. EcoPrints Generation, a company in Mombasa, produces the models. They start with plastic pellets, which are heated at a steady temperature to produce filaments. The filaments are then fed into the 3D printer to produce various models. The demand for these models is growing especially in the education sector.
Most of the people who have needed the use of the filament and the 3D printing products use them to teach and educate learners. It's a visual aid which is better as compared to just drawing a diagram on a blackboard or a whiteboard. And another industry which I've seen is people who are doing manufacturing. They tend to test out their prototypes. So that is another use which we've been leveraging on as well.
Kenya generates nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic waste each year, according to the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which the UN Trade and Development Organization, UNCTAD, helps to implement. Less than 10% of the waste is recycled, with the rest ending in giant trash heaps in the ocean or burned up, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. GIL Industries is one of the few companies in Kenya that recycle plastic. The company processes the waste by breaking it into small pieces, then cleaning and sorting it by color and quality. Some of that plastic is then melted and turned into the pellets used for 3D printing. One of the EcoPrint's key customers is Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, a college in Mombasa. Architectural students there use 3D models made from recycled plastic to showcase house structures and surrounding features like trees, cars and people. These 3D models have made teaching easier for lecturers and improved students' understanding of their coursework.
The 3D models, it has really helped us, as every time it comes in exam, it is really easy for you to remember what to do and what you have been taught by the teacher.
For now, EcoPrint Generation prints only small and medium-sized objects, but they have ambitions to print bigger ones, such as a house that architecture students can use for their studies. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Mombasa, Kenya.
Japanese adventurer Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town at the end of a more than 6,000 kilometers journey across Africa while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki began his African Odyssey last summer in Kenya and has a large following on social media where he has shared regular updates of his adventures.
34-year-old Japanese Yuji Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town to end a more than 6,000-kilometer journey from Kenya to South Africa on foot while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki said it was a very good experience, despite some hairy moments like seeing a lion and a truck hitting his rickshaw.
So the lion on the road, we just came back village. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we are running together, so with any children in Tanzania. And then, so I broke my rickshaw, so by hitting truck. Yeah, 2 times, but I'm still alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so when I was crossing like Namibia, nothing everywhere. That's why it's very difficult to get the water, to get the food.
Yeah.
I sleep outside every time. Yeah, man, that's a very good experience for me.
Suzuki was emotional as he thanked his supporters for their backing during his latest quest, which started in the Kenyan capital in July and took him through Tanzania, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia.
I'm really happy, yeah, to see you guys and them running together until finish line. I just want to say thank you so much.
Among his other journeys, Suzuki has already pulled his 2-wheel cart from China to India for 2,500 kilometers and 5,100 kilometers across the United States, according to his website.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host Harrison Kamau in for Jackson Mvunganye. This week on Red Carpet, we bring you the highlights of football's biggest game, the Super Bowl. We take you to the DC Auto Show for a look at the latest innovations in the car industry, plus an art fair in Marrakesh that is bringing Africa art to the global scene. Let's get started. Let's start off with one of the most highly anticipated sports events of the year, the Super Bowl. This year's big game took place at the New Orleans Caesars Superdome, where the Philadelphia Eagles delivered a 40-22 blowout against the Kansas City Chiefs, blocking the Chiefs from making a historic hat-trick of NFL titles. However, history was made when it came to the event's halftime show. Pulitzer Prize-winning rapper Kendrick Lamar became the first solo hip-hop artist to headline the NFL's biggest stage, performing hits like Humble, DNA, and Not Like Us, as dancers dressed in red and white glue surrounded him. Actor Samuel L. Jackson, dressed as Uncle Sam, introduced the rapper and appeared throughout the 13-minute performance, during which singer and songwriter Caesar joined Kendrick on stage for two of their duets, Luther and All the Stars. Award-winning producer DJ Mustard also joined him on stage for his song TV Off, and tennis champion Serena Williams even made a quick appearance creep-walking during Not Like Us, the hit that has recently made headlines as a diss track to rapper Drake amid their ongoing feud. An eventful February for Kendrick, as just a week prior, the rapper won 5 Grammys for his hit Not Like Us, including Record of the Year. In the Rocky Mountain state of Colorado, the National Western Stock Show hosts nearly 30 professional rodeo events. VOA correspondent Scott Stans takes us to a stock show competition for younger riders and sheep.
Here we go, man number 2, Tristan Hansen, number 10 in the world.
Professional bareback riders draw big crowds at Colorado's National Western Stock Show, but there's a different competition in a smaller arena next door, where children ride sheep in a family event called mutton bustin', which mimics domesticating a wild animal by breaking or busting it in. Millie Mitchell strapped on a helmet and face mask, pulled on a padded vest, and got her parents to sign a legal waiver.
It was super fun. I was hanging on to the side and I fell off and then someone picked me up and I was okay.
Parker Wilcock held on for one of the night's longest rides.
It feels like an elephant's skin, but it's a little bit softer. And it's also almost like you're riding a big elephant, but you're not. You're just riding a grown-up sheep.
Sedona Abeta's older brothers have been mutton busters, so she says she knew what to expect.
It's a little scary, but it's also fun. And I'm thinking the sheep is gonna just get me off.
Her mom had second thoughts.
At first I'm like, she looks really little compared to that sheep. And then I'm just like praying she doesn't get hurt or get stepped on.
She says it's part of the stock show experience.
It's just part of the ranch life and part of what we do and part of what makes America great. Honestly, it's all these little things.
There have been more than 40 years of mutton busting at the National Western Stock Show, with many medals for this year's junior riders. Scott Stearns, VOA News, Denver.
The 2025 Washington, D.C. Auto Show is one of the largest in the District of Columbia, showcasing the latest and greatest vehicles from top automakers. This is where innovation, culture, and design meet. It is a much-anticipated event for car enthusiasts, industry insiders, and the public. Sandy Shomari has more.
The 2025 Auto Show featured a range of innovative vehicles on display, including electric cars, sports cars, luxury, and exotic ones. The highlights were several new models with classic styles, innovation, and engineering. This is the place to be, and a tradition for some DMV natives as they visit the car show with their entire family and enjoy the design, innovation, test driving and getting new insights into the car industry. Nat Fletcher from Fairfax, Virginia, attends the show every year on his birthday. It is also a family tradition for him and his family, including his young son. He was amazed by the Volkswagen ID Buzz 2025. He compares last year's show with this year.
Compared to last year, there's a lot more electric cars. Every year I'm here, I come, I see gas cars, hybrid cars, but this year there's a lot more electric. There's a couple new brands that popped up as well, but one of the biggest ones is the ID Buzz.
Volkswagen ID Buzz, fully electric, and showcases several cutting-edge features, including LED projector headlights with illuminated VW logo. It has 12-way power-adjustable heated and ventilated front seats with massage. It offers power-operated sliding doors and park assist that includes memory parking and park distance control. It includes wireless app connect for compatible devices.
It is very well appointed. The quality of the materials on the interior is just genuinely wonderful. It's something you don't really see from Volkswagen, but I think we're starting to see it now. And it's just very unique look inside and out as well.
People from around the country and from all walks of life visit the show every year. Jay Lone and his friends came from the state of New York.
We traveled down, wanted to get the first day of this car show. It's been a great experience so far. All the way from all the exotic cars to the affordable ones, the electric vehicles, everything stands out really nice. My biggest or best memory of here would be the Bentleys, the Cullinans, the Ferraris. Those are cars that you don't normally see, or not see, but get inside or be able to physically put your hands on. But
another standout vehicle was the Tesla Cybertruck 2025. This vehicle has 223 inches overall length and 73 inches height. It features a four-wheel steering, which means it gives the Cybertruck a tighter turning radius. According to the car manufacturers, another special feature of this car is safety. It has a bulletproof body and windows and provides a smooth ride with luxury features such as the front 8.5-inch touchscreen, navigation, Bluetooth, wireless device charging, a 15-inch speaker stereo, a Wi-Fi hotspot, and in this panel, you can play music through several apps such as YouTube, Spotify, and others. It is also equipped with a 3D camera for safety. This vehicle provides more space, and it has a sliding lockable cover for the cargo area at the back, while the rear seats fold upwards for an interior storage as well. The Washington, D.C. Auto Show is held each January and is the largest annual indoor public event in the District of Columbia. Sunday Shomari, VOA News, Washington, D.C.
And now to Morocco's tourist hub Marrakesh, a contemporary art fair energized local creative scene, drawing on the famed city's aesthetic legacy to propel emerging African artists into the global spotlight. We have this report by AFP News Agency.
The annual 154 Contemporary African Art Fair has attracted collectors, curators, and art enthusiasts worldwide, showcasing works from 30 galleries across 14 African and European countries. Named in reference to Africa's 54 countries, the fair was launched in 2013 before expanding to New York in 2015 and Marrakesh in 2018. This year's Marrakesh edition took place over 4 days. Cyril Momen, founder of Nosco Gallery in Brussels, shares the significance of the fair taking place in Marrakesh.
We've been working with the I-54 fair for quite a few years now, mainly in London, but also in New York. And for the first time, we're in Marrakesh. Every year during this period, we are at another fair in Mexico. And for the last 4 years or so, we've really wanted to participate in Marrakesh because of its proximity to Europe, but also to be present on the Moroccan front.
Unlike larger art fairs such as Art Basel, London's Frieze, or Paris's FIAC, it operates on a smaller scale, attracting around 10,000 visitors, including 3,000 from abroad. Director of Gallery 38 in France, Canel Harmon-Gillet, says the fair spotlights contemporary African artists.
It's a fair that spotlights artists from the African contemporary scene. As it happens, we've been a player from the outset who truly wants to promote the African contemporary scene. So on one hand, we are completely aligned in terms of our objectives, and on the other hand, our participation in this fair allows us to connect with an audience that we don't necessarily have access to all year round.
Moroccan painter Mahi Bainbain states that African art is booming now.
Africa is on the move. This 154 fair is part of this movement, which is now becoming international, as there is a 154 in London, New York, etc. So African art is booming at the moment.
Among the works exhibited were those of Ethiopian experimental photographer Mahader Haile Selassie Tades and Sudanese Somali ceramicist Dina Nur Sati. Figurative paintings also marked a strong presence, featuring pieces from Nigerian painter Chigozie Obi and Ghanaian artist Adjei Tawiah. Prices ranged from as little as $50 for screen prints to several $1,000s for larger works.
And now turning on to sports, Cristiano Ronaldo fans gathered in Times Square on February 5th to celebrate the unveiling of the Portuguese soccer player's massive 12-foot tall bronze statue the same day as his 40th birthday. Take a look.
The statue, which arrived in Egypt, is sculptor Sergio Fanary's tribute to the athlete's achievement and global influence.
There's been not too many statues of him around that are like, so it was time that somebody had to do something about it, you know, some monumental thing.
Some fans, like Oaja Dindial, came to the venue by train for some hours and stayed up all night just for the sculpture's unveiling.
I stayed up all night for this. Literally, like an hour train ride to get here. That's right. This is crazy. It's insane. Like, I can't believe it.
Many fans who chose to be at Times Square for this special event consider Cristiano Ronaldo not only the best player in the world, but also a role model.
It's not only because he's a great player, because, well, he did something very fantastic, but it's more because he is like a role model. So he's kind, his work ethic, his values. So it's something that I want for me, and also I am teaching to my daughter.
These were the attributes that Fanary wanted to depict on this larger-than-life Cristiano Ronaldo sculpture.
Because he represents Cristiano. No words. No, he's a cool guy, you know. He takes care of his body. So it's not like when we grow up, it was all about cigarettes, alcohol. With him, you know, with him, he takes care of his body like a temple. This is temple.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. For more information on your entertainment news, check us out on www.voaafrica.com or Facebook, Instagram, YouTube at VOA Africa. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, bye-bye. I'm Harrison Kamau.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen in many ways stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production right here in Lagos. I want to welcome Remy Ogunpitan to Timeless Conversation.
Thank you very much, Lekon. Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure that you came. I know how busy you can be. Now, Remy, one first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remy Ogunpitan is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother, Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas.
Okay.
At CMS Grammar
School compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Raleigh Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Raleigh Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, yeah, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, now.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing. That when I arrived at the airport, everybody know that this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone. I'll go to the public telephone. I'll call my mom. I'll guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And all of that. So that's what I did. And I landed at Kano Airport. And I asked them, I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? public telephone, what?
What?
And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Raggy Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano. So I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And it was funny because that was the same man when my parents arrived in Nigeria.
The same man?
Yes, that took them to their home in Alu Avenue.
In Kano?
Yes. So the man said, don't worry. I know who you are. I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religious,
dissonance and
all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitasini riots.
Maitasini riots. That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin.
UK origin.
To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was
British
in the
Army.
Army. Yeah. We used to make, in those days, making career films, training films was a big thing. And I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that I used to do that, more like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it. And when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the Army that actually...
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK. CBS Records.
Okay.
I was doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period, during that job, I decided to come back. And and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag, I did Mascom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Into the industry.
Yeah.
But you must have seen something that made you say, this is the line I was going to stay with.
It was, some things are fortuitous in the sense that it's destiny. You know, I went through a lot of different things. I worked with, when I finished at Unilag, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Fiery Force, yes, I remember
that. And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
And I've met a whole lot of people. That was where I met Doyin Jaisoni and quite a lot of other people.
Doyin is my cousin.
Yeah, and Doyin Jaisoni played a significant role in my life. Yes, because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it, and at times we just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And Doyin, after school, Doyin took me in, and I lived with him and his wife, Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah.
You know, and I was with Doyin for almost a year. And if you you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together.
Yeah, I remember we did
the Sheraton Hotel.
Yes.
It was Doyin
that
took me to you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Oh,
you see life.
That's true. That's true. That's
the circle
true.
of life, and that
Yes.
was doing.
Yeah, Doyin is my cousin, like I said.
Doyin
So,
was at LTVH. So
yes.
let's go to Lake Concan.
Yes, can do
Yes,
this for you.
that was, so I went through that phase. I went through that phase of with Doyin thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial
for a while.
For
a
long
long while.
So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into Doyin Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I started working at DBN.
At DBN, yes, that's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suits that he wore, the shoes, I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa. Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. All those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and had set up a DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well and also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if it will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do that.
He gave me that opportunity and I traveled and I saw and I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I'll read everything. I'll go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You were just like a sponge.
Yeah, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American Embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street, USIS.
Yes, when, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livy Ajunoma, yes.
He worked there.
Yeah,
and there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo too, yeah. Yes. So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then.
Computers.
It was a new thing. You know, everybody also start shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes.
I've got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin, Wega Adelaja, about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
Which I think was set up with the late Mike Enauro.
Mike Enauro, yes.
Yeah. Yes. And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives. This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa, just next door.
So we always see it, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver. He died recently.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes.
That's another of my...
Yes.
Lloyd. Yeah. He's so rested.
Amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about him.
Yeah.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift before this, after
CDW. After CDW,
yes.
Instead of Swift,
yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around and gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing though was that during that period, Wig and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
that's with Swift.
With Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end of
on the other end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shibomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. Don't forget where you are. We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shibomi Balogun, or Otumba Shibomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
It was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions.
Solar Productions,
it was in Lupeju.
Yes. Town planning way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwosu, plenty of the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes.
Moses Ebere.
Yes.
All of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage.
Yes.
And this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
You know, everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Bolaji Balogun. My father was on the board. Mega's father was on the board. But you know, the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's their running show.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
It can't.
Whether it's in the business, whether it's in the home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened.
What happened?
And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences. Differences in approach, differences in ability, differences in skills, differences in the ability to manage funds.
Even in style.
In style, everything, yeah. And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person. And all those things become convoluted. Jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, you know, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awukoya. And Kayode Idowu.
Yes.
Who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. Da-di-da-di-da. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine. They're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, want to start a new business. And I remember my father said, no way. That you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Sharp Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father.
Yes.
Supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Sharp Weisberg Media.
Yes.
Which I ran for 9 years. And later on sold my shares to, because by that time the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
With some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
And Technologies, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other clients? And by other clients, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
You know, that's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, 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 very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody will think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. There are challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with the issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I talked about before, the movies, which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, Nigeria, and all of that. The fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address this is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack, left or right? Decide where you're going to play, and then carve out a role for yourself and try to become the best at it. And through that, we also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Nico, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times, the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must.
Yeah,
It has to
as it always
remain
does.
dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down
with it. But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency.
Yeah, okay.
That can drive the engagement. So for you...
Yeah, you know what? You know, like, really, you know what? The way I thought about it really is that, you know, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private, all my clients are in the private sector. And a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived and all of those things. So a lot of the things that one does is focused on value. So the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style and all of those things are just a means to an end.
Yeah.
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no dey go, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
Is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogukpito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's, like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen. They talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all buncombe and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
they've got to leave.
Doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others.
They will impact others. And that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, no.
Okay.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ o.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout during voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, that nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, the retail shops, the restaurants. You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remy Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and training and everything. Do you know, Lekon, I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar.
Yeah.
And he's retired now. Yeah. I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have 3 of my staff. I know that, you know, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAV, go to Dubai, go to CAPSAT, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, FRA cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company. And he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
You know? So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, you know, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, invite some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there's certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there's certain things you don't accept and you be principled, you know, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say, I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They're in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary, we have to. Yes,
we know now. We say this all the time. Now.
Yes.
We all know it, but
but then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to. Change does not come when we keep quiet.
People in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be. Well, that's the truth.
Well, you know, the thing is that individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is the change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
It's
leadership.
Well,
yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. Yeah. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. then others will emulate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up, so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something. That's it. You're known for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, it can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program, where we're talking to none other than Remy Ogunpitan. Now, Remy, in the last 3 or 4 decades, almost about 4 decades now, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, right, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria, the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
so
to
you left the love back in
Boko. I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
just driving.
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes.
All
right down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtwa, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
all by
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 almost a year. And it was amazing.
And your parents left you to do that?
Yes, now. There was no...
Yeah, well, you were a full-grown
and apart from that, Nigeria wasn't stressed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was still armed robbery, but it was not like the way it was now. You could move. You could drive at night.
Yeah, that's true.
You could drive at night.
And police were friendlier.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, well, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in 1980?
No, you didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Edge's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Glow Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
Some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yes, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. what's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to do that.
It's just part of the, it's part of the mix now. You know, these things, they become normalized. So you don't see, you know, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of.
Yeah. You know, like our international clients that we work with.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement, right up to where they are, with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, they can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that how do you acquire your sites and locations? It's been like, and then even shooting within communities.
Communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know,
they might even end up being the ones entertaining you.
They'll cooperate and you know, we're Africans and we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes. So the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know, something
in the last 3-4
years.
No,
you can always
get over that.
Yeah, walk over it. Yeah. I've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you, you did some tourism content, some of which you even graciously passed to us and we're using. What inspired that? Was it that your...
Yes, it was.
1980,
yeah.
81?
Yeah, it was. And the fact is this, is that, you know what?
Road trip. You did a road trip.
Yeah, road trip, yes. Yeah.
And that's what opened your mind up to, I need to
And it still keeps on, and my mind still keeps on getting opened up every day. You know, we've had the opportunity of traveling around Nigeria. To so many places, and at times some very obscure places. And the more that you travel, the more you see, number one, how beautiful we are as a people. The average Nigerian that you see in Lagos that is hustling is not your typical Nigerian. When you go to some of these obscure, remote areas, and you see the land, you see the topography, you see the potential of the opportunity that there is, you start to say to yourself that I need to do something about this. And that was what inspired us, basically starting to put that kind of content together, because we just felt that, well, look, it's our country. Yeah, there's a lot that is wrong with it, but we still have one or two things that we're proud about. And at least if we can't get there, let's show people the beauty of Nigeria. When I traveled around Nigeria around 1980, in Jos, in places in Jos like Shendam and all of those things, then I used to go into, they have a lot of tin mines there, which were then being run by expatriates.
Yes.
And most of the tin mines then had orchards. They had gardens. I used to go into those orchards and I used to pick fresh strawberries, blackcurrant, pomegranate, apple, peaches. But now, you can't do that. But the thing is that we are able to do those things if we put our mind to it.
But they are even they're in, was that in Jos now? They're in Plateau.
Yeah,
they
Plateau.
have started cultivating strawberries on a large commercial scale.
But then it wasn't a big deal. It was everywhere. You just pick strawberries, you pick blackberries, you pick blackcurrant, anything that you want, you just pick it.
Yeah.
Those days you go onto the farm, you give them like, I don't know how much, you give them like about 20 naira. And then you can just take.
That's a lot of money. Maybe like 2 naira.
I don't know. No, maybe about 2 naira, or maybe 1 naira, or 50 kobo. You just go and you pick everything that you want to pick, and you go.
When you go.
Yeah.
So now, so that's like your own way of giving back to society?
No.
The tourism content?
No, it's not. I think you get to a stage, you need to give back.
Yeah.
So what I try to do now is I try to give my services free of charge to churches, for instance, who want to do media training, to universities.
Okay.
We're doing something now with NIJ, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, where every Saturday they come across to our facilities and we give our time and our equipment to train their students in the area of broadcasting and production. There are other things that one is doing, but what I found is that the only way I can give back, and I feel very, very satisfied about it, is to try and improve what is going on in our industry, because there's so much, there's still so much to do.
I want you to give back to us.
Okay.
Let's work together
on
a documentary.
Okay.
You know, on the bridge, when you are coming towards the island, you know, Okobaba,
Makoko,
the timber.
Yes.
I'd like us to do.
You know the funny thing?
A documentary on that, because you know there's a period that they will bring so much of the timber.
We discussed this,
and it will be all over the place.
We discussed this in a meeting.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks ago in our office.
And we'll go all the way
to Ondo,
Kitipupa,
where they now build the raft,
exactly,
and then ship it down.
And if possible, follow the raft.
Who's going to follow them? Me and you?
No, follow. We don't have to be the ones.
We have big belly now, so
yes, we have underlying. I have underlying issues. Even the children will say, "Hey, Daddy, where are you going?" but let's do that together.
No, I would love to do that, because that would be an amazing.
It's a good way,
film.
and it will be something we'll put in the public space.
An amazing film,
right? To tell the story of the timber industry.
Okay. I'll take your offer up on that.
Yes,
we'll do it as a joint production.
Yes, let's do it together.
Okay.
Let's merge forces.
Yeah.
Right, write scripts and all that. I can voice.
We can put all those young boys to. You can go get this our young guy on the camera.
Yes. To shoot and all that.
You live on the raft for 2 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to.
It takes 2 weeks. Yes, I know.
You'll be eating on the raft, sleeping on the raft.
Yes.
Just take plenty of mosquito repellent.
Yes, that's it. It will be good. It will be an experience for them. And worst case scenario, we can train somebody on the raft that can position the camera and all that.
No, they have to go with them.
Exactly. So that's it. Anyway, it's been nice talking to Remy. Remy, we know each other. We know how far we've been together. And I'm just so amazed at your accomplishment. I'm not any way flattering you. You know that. We don't flatter. But just commending your great work, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And we thank God too.
Yes. So we have another episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been Remy Ogunpitan as my guest today. Thank you all for watching.
easy. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. Many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've Good morning, you're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. How are you doing today? It's Friday, the 21st of February, 2025. All right, on today's breakfast show, we'll be looking at several hot topics, one of which is APC withdraws from Osun local government elections. So they've withdrawn from Osun local government elections. Another topic that we'll be discussing much later in the show is International Mother Tongue Day, and we're discussing why language matters today. We'll also be taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, as usual, let's see our quote of the day.
Right, and our quote of the day says, all life is an experiment, and the more experiments you make, the better. And that is according to Ralph Waldo Emerson, who went by his middle name Waldo. He was an American essayist, lecturer, philosopher, minister, abolitionist, and a poet who led the transcendentalist movement of the mid-19th century. And he says this morning, all life is an experiment. All life is an experiment. The more experiments you make, the better. So of course, what this is telling you is you should go out and experience life in a nutshell. Experience life to the fullest, because life is an experiment. You try out new things, and the more things you try out, the better, because you start to get the hang of it, you start to get better at it. For instance, if I want to start, making some wool, maybe a sweater or something, and I want to start knitting, the first time I would probably knit, it might not be the best time, right? But when I do it again and again and again, and I just keep getting better at it, because I'm now used to, having to use the pin and put in the wool, and it's just, in fact, I'll be faster, right? So that's just what life is about. You have to try out new things. You try it over and over and over again, and you get better at it. You get the hang of it. Are you experiencing life to the fullest? You know how the young ones will say you only live once. Well, it's Friday, it's a weekend, so it's important that you're trying out new things, you're experimenting. Nothing is off limits, as long as it's legal though. Nothing is off limits. Just try out the best, try out as much as you can, and you would always get better at it. I know that sometimes we can have a lot of curveballs, because that's what life is about. And especially when you're now an adult, you have so many responsibilities. You might start to think, you know what, I need to focus on my job before I go home and figure out what to eat. But guess what? I'm stuck in traffic the entire time. When do I have to start to experiment new things? Well, you can find the time. You can carve out a little time for yourself to say, I want to learn this. I want to do this. Just experiment. And that's what Ralph Waldo is saying this morning, Ralph Waldo Emerson. All life is an experiment. The more experiments you make, the better it becomes. And you want to have, a very good life. So definitely you should start experimenting today. All right, let's move over to our top trending stories. Our first one says, Edo Assembly passes road bills, relieves appointees. The Edo State House of Assembly have passed two significant bills aimed at improving road management in the state. The first bill establishes the Edo State Roads Fund, SRF, and the Edo State Roads Fund Board to oversee the development, rehabilitation, and maintenance of Class C and Class D roads. It also includes provisions for the rehabilitation of Class B roads across Edo State. The second bill creates the Edo State Rural Access Roads Agency, RARA, to handle the planning, reconstruction, and upkeep of rural roads in the state. Both bills went through a detailed clause-by-clause review and were approved by the House. These measures are expected to enhance the overall road infrastructure in the state, benefiting both urban and rural areas. Additionally, Speaker Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku announced that all political appointees in the 8th Assembly have been relieved of their duties. Special advisors and senior special advisors will receive their February salaries, a decision made collectively by all 24 members of the House. The session was adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th of February, 2025. All right, this is what we love to hear. One of the things that we've always said has been a problem in Nigeria is our maintenance culture, and having to just ensure that all of the infrastructure that we put out there are maintained to the fullest, whereby we're not just spending money and before you know it, it starts to dilapidate and we start from square one again. So I love the fact that Edo State is championing several things. I think on Tuesday we had a conversation with the special advisor on media and publicity, and he told us, a lot of the things that were happening in Edo State, which, is amazing. And I love the fact that there is a governor who is putting it out there. I'm sure, of course, there are a lot of controversies with the current governor, but we can see the work, and that's what we want. We want a situation whereby, you're seeing a leader who's trying to ensure that there are certain things that are being done for the people. And one of these right now is, okay, well, the first one they talked about, which really tickled my fancy, was the fact that they had put out an anti-cultism bill. And of course, now they're already putting out about 2 road bills to ensure that, those roads are being constructed and they are maintained as well. So I love the fact that Edo State is championing things like this. This is what we want to see in other states as well. In Lagos, of course, Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. We have good roads, I want to believe, but sometimes you still see potholes and you're wondering, why are we not maintaining our roads the way they should be? I'm sure other states as well, Delta, I'm sure a lot of states have this problem, but it's important that what we're doing with our infrastructure, the projects, as we're awarding the projects, we should also be awarding awarding contracts to the people that are going to maintain this infrastructure. Do not just construct a road and forget about it, because guess what? There's erosion. There is the natural causes that's going to happen, which is making the road dilapidated. And we want a situation whereby the road are maintained, because I cannot be driving my vehicle, and most times they would even ask you for roadworthiness, right? You're going to renew your vehicle license, and they're asking you for roadworthiness, and sometimes I ask the question, is the road worthy for my car? Because my car is okay, but the roads that you've constructed and not maintained are giving my car issues, and that's why you see a lot of accidents. So in a nutshell, kudos to Edo State government who is championing this. We hope other states can start to follow suit. Let's ensure that we're maintaining our infrastructure and we're not just having wastage. All right, another top trending story this morning comes from the Senate, and it says Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan defies Senate leadership over seat change. Tensions erupted in the Senate on February 20, 2025 when Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan clashed with the leadership over a seat relocation. The dispute arose after a reshuffle in the Senate triggered by opposition members moving to the majority wing. Akpoti-Uduaghan's seat was reassigned, but she strongly resisted the move, citing her unwillingness to comply with what she viewed as an unjustified order. Chief Whip Senator Tahir Mungono defended the reshuffle, referencing Senate rules that grant the Senate President the authority to adjust seating arrangements. He warned that failure to comply could lead to penalties, including exclusion from Senate debates. However, when Akpoti-Uduaghan attempted to speak from her own seat, Senate President Godswill Akpabio denied her the floor, escalating the conflict. In a dramatic turn, Akpoti-Uduaghan defiantly declared, "I don't care if I'm silenced." End quote, "I am not afraid of you. You have denied me my privilege." The tension further escalated when Akpabio ordered the sergeant at arms to remove her from the chamber. Despite the uproar, interventions from fellow lawmakers helped restore order, though Akpoti-Uduaghan remained steadfast in a refusal to relocate. Okay, so this story is quite dicey because, of course, you have to see it from both angles. But first things first, as a Nigerian, what I'm thinking in my head, seeing a story like this is, you guys have been elected. You're lawmakers. You've been put there to ensure that you're making several laws that would benefit Nigerians. Why are we talking about seats? Why are we talking about a seat change? If your seat has been changed, move to the new seats and get down to business. Why is this even a conversation that needs to be had? Because, come on, if maybe it's part of the law that says, when there's a majority, when some people have changed, maybe defected or whatever it is, we have to make this change, then you move with it. Why are we making this an issue is the first question, and that's what I am thinking as a Nigerian. I don't think this is what should even be out there for debate, right? But now let's come to, the people. Obviously, Natasha feels some type of way. Excuse me. Natasha feels some type of way because, I was here, you did not tell me, especially if she feels like maybe she wasn't given a memo or she wasn't given prior information to it, which is understandable. But still, you can decide that, I want to move here so I can speak. And now, you've been denied that. The Senate President, on the other hand, could have handled things a little bit better. Maybe allow her to speak or say, I'm going to listen to you now. When you're done, you have to go back to that seat. I'm not saying, pamper her or, the little nuances to it, but, sometimes it's just leadership and you just look at what's best, right? Not causing a stir, causing an uproar whereby everybody is now looking at what's going on and being distracted from the business of the day. Of course, some people will say Natasha obviously was throwing a tantrum and, screaming at the Senate president, which she's not supposed to do, because that's, that sort of verbal abuse. Like, why are you shouting? Why are you screaming? Why are you throwing tantrums? But you can still understand where she is coming from. So I don't know. It's quite dicey. It's quite dicey. But let's just listen to the audio. Let's just watch this video. Right, this has caused a lot of stir, in fact, a lot of debate on social media, because some people have made it a gender war, but of course it's not that. Natasha here is just saying she wants to speak, she wants to be able to represent her people, and in fact, she has said that this is not the first time. I think she also mentioned that, one of the bills that she had brought to the House did not make it to second reading. So this is something to just open a can of worms. But I would say that, the Senate president should probably have just allowed her to speak, and afterwards say, you know what, I've given you the liberty, which is, part of my leadership, to make a decision right now, and the decision I'm making is just to let you speak. But the moment you're done speaking, you have to obey the law, which is to go to the seat that has been allocated to you. And of course, like I said, if there was a memo passed or if prior information had been given, then she wouldn't have been taken by surprise. But also, Natasha is not a kid. We're not in secondary school. Come on now. I mean, if your seat has been changed, because I'm sure there's been a precedent to this, maybe people that their own seats have been changed and maybe they just went there. It happens and you just move. So on both parties, I think both of them should have been able to handle this, differently, whereby it doesn't cause a stir, it doesn't cause an uproar in the House. And like I said, as a Nigerian, I'm just wondering, why is this even an issue? Please go there, pass the bills that would, benefit Nigerians. That's what you were elected for, not seat allocation, seat change, or whatever the case might be. Anyways, we hope that they're able to sort out their grievances, and we hope that, the House of Assembly, or the Senate rather, would be able to, just coexist, live in peace and harmony, regardless of whatever political party, they're representing. Because at the end of the day, why you're there is to represent your people, not even your party or not even whatever grievances you have. You're there to represent your people, and you're there to ensure that your constituency is being heard and everything that you're doing benefits them back home. All right, enough about that. We move over to another top trending story. This says Babangida expresses regret over June 12 election annulment. Former military head of state Ibrahim Babangida expressed deep regret over his decision to annul the June 12, 1993 presidential election, calling it the most difficult period of his life. Speaking at the launch of his memoir, A Journey in Service in Abuja, Babangida acknowledged that the election won by Moshood Abiola was credible, free and fair. However, he admitted that the political environment led to the unfortunate annulment, a decision he now deeply regrets. Babangida took full responsibility for the events that unfolded during his administration, describing them as mistakes and missteps. He emphasized that all actions were taken in the national interest aimed at ensuring Nigeria's survival. Reflecting on the interruption of the nation's democratic march, Babangida reiterated his regret, but noted that Nigeria and its democracy remain resilient. a testament to the country's commitment to democratic ideals. The memoir also touches on other significant events in Nigeria in history, including the 1976 coup that led to the assassination of Murtala Mohammed and the 1986 letter bomb attack on journalist Dele Giwa. Former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who reviewed the book, echoed Babangida's sentiment, agreeing that the June 12 election was a pivotal moment and stated he would have handled the situation differently if he was given another chance. All right, Babangida, well, I like the fact that he has come out to, say this. Of course, I had, seen videos of his book launch whereby he was launching that memoir, Journey is in Service, right? But sometimes you wonder, like, why now? 1993 is a long time ago. That is over 30 years ago. In fact, that's 32 years. So in a way, it's like too little, too late. I mean, that has been done, the deed has been done. And if you're saying that you deeply regret this, it is important that certain decisions that we make can make or mar an entire nation, can make or mar us, can make or mar our society or the nation at large. And this is one decision that was made. In fact, in history, it's always been said that the most free and fair election that we've ever had in Nigeria, imagine, that is over 32 years ago. So even till now, we've not been able to replicate that type of election. Right now, you're seeing, INEC doing their thing whereby IREV isn't working, whereby they bring BVAS, that's not working, whereby many people do not even get their own voter's card. It's a mess. We've never been able to go back to 1993 to see how things were done and replicate it. So imagine the only ever credible, free and fair election in Nigeria was annulled by you. And now you say you regret the decision. Well, a little too late. I'm too little, too late. I know that many people can say, you know what, yes, it's understandable, things happen, but I'm glad that, you're coming out to say this at the moment. But what do we take from this? And this is where lessons need to be learned. All of you politicians, or, any politician, any person that is in a place of power, ensure that you are making the right decision, because it can affect an entire nation. That's what we see from here. So there's so many events that he also talked about. At the end of the day, it boils down to one thing: your decision. Make sure that that decision is something that will benefit people and not, cause something that can be catastrophic. Because imagine if, MKO Abiola had won, and he was the president at that time. That would have set something. It would have caused a chain of events. It would have set precedent to other elections to come, because guess what? We will start to mirror what we've already seen. But not a case whereby even the most credible election was being annulled, and then of course another one was had, and it just makes it seem like it's okay to be a joke, or it's okay to take election as something that it doesn't matter, we'll just fix the people that we want. It is important that the people's voices are heard. And if you are going to conduct an election, again, INEC, I'm speaking to you right now, if you are going to be conducting an election, ensure that it's credible. Ensure that, even the resident electoral commissioners that you're putting there are credible people. Make sure that the election can be free and fair. That's what we want. That's what would only, take us to the other side. That's what will only make this country flourish, because if the people's voices are heard, then the people that were elected are probably transformational leaders that would change Nigeria for the better. All right, our final top trending story says U.S. ambassador denies claims of U.S. aid funding Boko Haram. The United States ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, has firmly denied claims that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, is funding Boko Haram or any other terrorist group. Mills made the statement after a meeting with the Nigerian Governors Forum in Abuja late Wednesday, emphasizing that no country condemns Boko Haram's action more than the U.S. This clarification came in response to accusations by Congressman Scott Perry, who had alleged that USAID was funding terrorist organizations, including Boko Haram. Perry made these claims during a congressional hearing on February 13, which focused on government waste and fraud. Mills assured that the U.S. has strict policies to prevent any misappropriation of funds. He reaffirmed that the U.S. government would work with the Nigerian authorities if credible evidence of such activities was found, stressing that Boko Haram has been designated a foreign terrorist organization by the U.S. since 2013. This has obviously been in the press or in the news for a while now, which, yes, everybody is impressed with this. But the truth is, if there's any iota of truth in this, it needs to be investigated. I know that it's understandable for the, for him to come out and say, for Richard Mills to come out and say, oh no, we're not funding Boko Haram. What are we going to expect you to see? You're not going to come and tell us the truth if that was the truth. You're always going to find ways to, cover it up, sugarcoat it in some way. So the Nigerian government, this is where you have to ensure that you're doing proper investigation. In fact, there are, allegations that even some of the Nigerian government officials are the ones sponsoring this terrorist group for some weird reason that I can never understand. So you're killing your own people. It's just a mad world. Why are you killing your own people just because you have another agenda? What is that agenda? And it's not just in Nigeria. In fact, there are allegations as well that 9/11 that happened in the United States of America was by the American government. So basically, some governments just love to cause mayhem and look for a way to clean it up and say, oh yes, we're working. But that shouldn't be the case. If you are truly elected for a position, what you're supposed to do is ensure, the safety of your people, is to ensure your primary responsibility is to protect your people, not for you to kill your people. So honestly, if there's any iota of truth in this, Nigerian government, this is where you have to do really in-depth investigation. If you have to partner with other countries with their own intelligence, systems, do that, because we need to know where we are and we need to know what we're doing. Sometimes I feel like we probably need to cut off the Western world. We need to shut our borders. We just need to build our nation ourselves. Africa needs to wake up. The entire continent of Africa, we need to wake up, because we don't even know what these people are doing to us. We don't know the havoc that they're causing. So it's important that we wake up. We see what it is. Blueprint, like you're seeing everything, and you're deciding for yourself which way to go. If there are people who are sponsoring terrorist activities in your country, you have to shut them out and ensure that your country is safe for your people, because the first responsibility that you have is not about how you look over, in the press. No, the first responsibility that you have is to your people, and is to ensure their safety in whatever capacity that you can. All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather. When we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space, with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lights, camera, fashion. As you can see, today I brought all the identity to the building. It's a Mental Health Conference, and of course, you are watching. In short, no, you're not even watching. You're tuned to. You can see the really on Plus TV Africa. Now, if you want to flip that channel because you've seen all my go, try it. See, my face will haunt you. Your TV will blow, your remote will explode. And because you're in Nigeria, your generator will Africa. We don't want that to happen. Plus TV Africa, the brand that puts a full stop at the top spot and the under promise but over deliver. If I say I put this their mind for my head.
Hello, this is Mr. Steve Shodia. I want to do a shout out to Plus TV Africa. Keep watching.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
My name is Mona Lisa Chinda. You're watching Plus TV Africa.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's a sense of shame, there's a sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they're not going to say their complaints because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quotes. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they're looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, not say, hey, it's not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our bodies.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take the global stories that have made it to the front pages of our national dailies. And joining us this morning, we have two guests. We have Jide Johnson, he's a public affairs analyst, and Shola Omolayo, who's also a public affairs analyst. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Ruma. Good morning to Mr. Shola. Good morning to our listeners all over the world and viewers all over the world. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Shola.
Good morning to every one of us.
Good morning.
And good morning to Nigerians. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. All right, so let's dig right in because we have some really juicy stories here. So on The Punch, it leads with knocks as IBB, that's Ibrahim Babangida, regrets annulling MKO Abiola's victory in 1993. And the writer here says, Afenifere, others say Babangida's comment belated. In fact, that was something I also said, which is a little too late. On the Nigerian Tribune, it says MKO won June 12 election. Abacha annulled it, IBB says. The writer here says, without Babangida, I wouldn't have joined politics. That is according to our current president, Tinubu. And another writer here says, Dangote, Rabiu, Danjuma, Author Eze, others donate over 16 billion naira for IBB's presidential library. Okay, so June 12 election is something that obviously made history in Nigeria. In fact, it's known as one of, or the most credible election that we've ever had, the most free and fair election that we've ever seen in Nigeria. And of course, it was being annulled by Ibrahim Babangida at the time. But seeing what our own, political landscape has become now in 2020. Let's look at the last one, the 2023 elections. I'm sure that June 12, 1993 election probably would have made a precedent for us to say that, yes, we want to be able to have credible elections in Nigeria. But what's your take on the fact that, Ibrahim Babangida in his memoir, A Journey in Service, has said that, he annulled the election and it's one of his, he deeply regrets, is one of his most regrets in life. I'd like to start from you, Shola Omolayo.
I think it's a good thing we are hearing this, but it's not a news to a lot of people who follows what happened in 1992, 1993. Nigerians talk about 1993 so many times without talking about 1992, the event that led to the emergence of MKO Abiola joining politics.
Hello, sir. Okay, I think we're having issues with Shola Omolayo's audio. Mr. Jide Johnson, would you like to take over?
Well, it's just that it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this direction.
For me, I see the election. Babangida saying the kind of operation that is order.
Hello, Mr. Shola. Okay, Mr. Jide, please go ahead.
Well, first and foremost, Babangida is not a president. Why do you want to whitewash history? He was a military dictator that had an interregnum in our political landscape. Why are we according him the respect of a president? So it's an insult to the sensitivity of every Democrat. He is not. He was an head of state, a military head of state for that matter. Those that are entitled to presidential library are those that are elected by the people. And so we shouldn't be whitewashing history. Babangida is trying, I'm sure he's gone through a period of repentance and is trying to go to find peace with his maker before he goes to the grave. So, but we shouldn't join in whitewashing history. He did something which constitutionally is not right and which should not be rewarded with this type of celebration people are having. And it's also unfortunate, I've said it many times, that may your enemy not injure you and find repentance in the eyes of God after he has injured you or probably murdered you, and then God will forgive him for all of his sins. I don't know how Abiola will be feeling in his grief with those that were with him today now celebrating with IBB. Years after his death, years after IBB are not to the election. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that should be celebrated the way it is celebrated, and I don't think that should be recorded in the annals of this history of this nation. That Babangida was a president, he was a military head of state, he was not really elected. Those that are entitled to presidential library are those that came into power through, not through the barrel of the gun, but through democratic means.
Thank you so much for that. We're not just going to dwell on this a bit too much. Let's look at another story on The Punch. It says 13.7 trillion naira federation account revenue withheld by the NNPCL. That's according to a FAC report. And if we look at the Business NG, it says states boycott FAC meeting over 1.7 trillion naira NNPC remittances. What's your take on this? Because these are a lot of numbers that are flying around. 13.7 trillion federation account revenue withheld by the NNPCL. Your take, please.
You know, we've spoken about the NNPC over and over again, that NNPC is a super institution, bigger than every other institution in the state. And then there's no measure of accountability and transparency with respect to revenue generation and remittances by the NNPC into the national treasury. So nobody knows what goes on in NNPC. Nobody has a clear understanding. And I think we need our own kind of government efficiency. Just imagine if we have somebody like Elon Musk looking into the finances of this country. I'm sure we'll make the same discovery they are making in the United States of America, even though they have some guardrails to prevent abuse, to prevent corruption, to prevent misuse of funds. But you could see what is really happening. And for me, there's a need for us to have a third party to look into how we need to rationalize this government. And what will have been of importance to us is the Oronsaye report. Oronsaye report, this present administration said is going to implement the Oronsaye report in order to minimize wastages of public fund and misuse of public fund and public fund not being accounted for. Everything is just lip service, and we need that type of approach that is happening presently with Doge in the United States of America for us to really know what is even going on in NNPC. Nobody knows the actual number of barrels of oil that we produce in a day. Nobody knows the actual amount of money that NNPC generates from the production of crude oil in Nigeria. So it's unfortunate. So you will always be having this problem, and we speak over it, and after a while we gloss over it. The governors will go to Abuja, they will pacify them. Do they intend, hypothetically, if they're entitled to 1 trillion, they give them 500 million, they go back. And since they themselves are not even accountable in their respective states, they just go back, they are satisfied, and we continue as business as usual. We have nothing to show for all the revenue that we have generated since we discovered oil in this country.
Yes, I know you spoke about, making sure that our monies are being allocated or accounted for. And there's a story here on The Punch that says presidential panel gobs 21 billion naira in 7 years. So presidential panel, 21 billion naira. In fact, sometimes I just wonder how they call this money and how they allocate it, because you're wondering, the common man gets 70,000 naira minimum wage, and we're talking about a presidential panel.
Are they even getting it? Are they even getting it? Are they even getting
That's another
it?
question.
Are they gotten it?
Yeah.
And so it's just what we read on the page of newspaper and what their aides come to tell us. But the reality on the ground is that are they getting the 70,000 we are talking about? How many states are even paying the 70,000? We look, someone said, I think it's David Noonan in his book, Aesop and the CEO, that said that if you want to waste people's time, call for a meeting. If you want to waste people's time, call for a meeting. If you don't want to get things done, set up a committee. Now, I ask you, what has been the end product of all this panel that has expended 21-point-something billion naira in the last 7 years? There's nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it.
Interesting. One day things will get better. That's how they say it now. One day things go better. All right, if we look at the Nigerian Tribune, it's also on The Punch as well. Well, let's take the one on Nigerian Tribune. It says CBN retains 27.50% interest rate, maintains monetary policy parameters on the Punch, it says economists want CBN as MPC retains 27.5 interest rates. I know that I'm not an economist, but most times they tell you that the interest rate should be, something a little bit more affordable, because if, for instance, I'm to do a business and I get a loan and you're telling me that the interest rate is 27.5%, how much is my profit? So in a way, it would not make people want to take that. But I want to get your own thoughts on this. The fact that CBN is retaining this, 27.5% interest rate and maintaining the monetary policy parameters.
It is basic. It is basic, not even macro. It is not even micro. It is basic macroeconomics. Now, interest rate should not be more than single digit.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be more than single digit. Now, you have something close to about 30%, and you also look at the inflationary rate in the country, about 30%. And forget what the MBS released, 24 point something during the course of this week. The reality on the ground is that the inflationary rate is more than 30. Is more than 30%. All you just need to do is just for you to go and service your car and compare what you used to service your car with what you are using to service your car now. Yeah. So it's very clear. Even God's interest rate is 10%, which is tied according to the Christian the Christian narrative. How much more government now? CBN putting his own interest rate at 27 point something. It will not work. Once you have this type of policy, it will not grow the economy. Let's say hypothetically, I collected 100 million to do business. What's going to be my return on investment? That means that for me to stay afloat in that business, and for me to, I must use 27.5 million. My business must be able to generate 27.5 million interest beyond the 100 million, which is the capital base of the business. So I have 27. It doesn't work. The math does not work. But you know the interesting thing? These people that operate this economy, they've never operated any kind of businesses before in their life. They've not been in the manufacturing sector. They've just been bureaucrats or people that have worked in the banks, and they've just been seeing money floating. They think that it is a floating of naira or is the trading of currency that will bring about the turnaround in the economy. It is the manufacturing sector that grows your economy. And that sector must be provided with credit. Not you come up with regulatory strings that strings them to death. It's simple as ABC. I just gave you a simple. So if I'm collecting 1 billion, that means I'm paying, my business must be able to generate 275 million as part beyond the capital that I took. So I'm repaying 1,275,000,000
before I even have profit.
Before I even talk about my own profit, it will not work. It's very simple.
So isn't that going to lead to hyperinflation? So on the business end, it says
that's what is happening. And you know the next thing they talk about the roads they construct, they talk about the infrastructure, they talk about schools they establish. They don't talk about companies, manufacturing companies that have been cited, industries that have developed, that have emerged since they come to power. All they tell us that we have constructed this road, we have constructed, which I call the ABC of public governance. Any idiot can construct it, any idiot. All you just need is the plan for the road, the design for the road, and to allocate money to that road, which is the ABC of public governance. The XYZ of public governance is ensuring that your manufacturing sector is growing, your GDP is growing, and how do you allow your GDP then your per capita income of your citizenry is increasing, the cost of living is dropping, and then the standard of living is improving, not using basic infrastructure as the index of measuring public performance of people that we have elected into office to give us a turnaround in our fortune.
Like you said, I think the interest rate definitely should be at least a single digit, because what we need to do is even ensure that more businesses are springing up, more industries are springing up. We're even giving them the ease of doing business. That way, we can have employment. Forget whatever they say on the paper that unemployment rate has reduced significantly, but we still know that out there in the streets there's so many people without jobs. And if we're saying that we want Nigeria to be a thriving nation, then we need to be able to encourage people to start up businesses. And I don't think this 27.5% interest rate would work. But let's look at this final story on the Business NG. It says CBN floods bank with dollar liquidity, strengthening Naira to 1,514 Naira per dollar. Is this something that we should be celebrating? I know that at some point the Naira was, in fact, pre-2020, the Naira was about 300 and something. This is just 5 years and was celebrating 1,500, which is over, say what now, 500%? But I want to get your thoughts on this one.
Does it call for celebration? Or does it call for sober reflection? That those that we have charged with the responsibility of taking care of our economy don't even know what to do with the economy. Don't even know either. You must strike a balance between your fiscal policy and your monetary policy. In a situation whereby you are borrowing money to fund a lifestyle you cannot afford, definitely will affect the value of your currency. A situation whereby money that should go to the federation account is being retained by the NNPC, and there's no accountability. There's no accountability to that effect with respect to the revenue you are generating from the streets of crude oil in order to provide stability for your own local currency. You'll be in this type of a problem we are in. So it's easier for them to say that, well, Naira to a dollar is 1,500 Naira, and they celebrate it. While I was young, in my lifetime, I've seen that it was 80 kobo to $1. In my lifetime, I've seen dollar under Abacha, even the military administration, for throughout his tenure, it was 22 Naira to a dollar. 22 Naira to a dollar. It did not fluctuate. It was not as volatile as it is now. It is now when we have a democratically elected government that we thought that it will work in the interest of the people, that we have seen the volatility of Naira. It does not even make any sense. Who want to invest in your country when your currency is not stable? Who want to invest in a turbulent water where your currency is as volatile as the sea waves? So let them celebrate. But are Nigerians celebrating? No, they are not celebrating. Nigerians are groaning. Nigerians are crying. Nigerians are going through a lot. And we hope this administration and the respective state government, because not limited to the federal government, the state government and the local government are all involved in it, will do something to ameliorate the pains of Nigeria, not for them to gather in Abuja and celebrate people that have contributed to the demise and the problems of this country. It's insulting our sensitivity. It's telling us that we don't really matter.
All right, thank you so much. I think that was such a great charge, and this is a great way to just land it. We hope that, whatever they're doing things in the best interests of Nigerians, because like you said, we're suffering, we're in pains, and these are not growing pains. These are not things that you're like, oh, there's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel, and before you know it, we're better. No, this has been since 2023. In fact, pre-2023, the previous administration, right? And we've just been going through this, and we don't even know when things will get better. But hopefully the people that we have there at the helm of affairs start to look for ways to just ease the pains of Nigerians right now. Jide, we want to say thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure having you. Thank you for your time this morning.
It's a pleasure sharing the Friday with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank
and
you,
have a
sir.
wonderful weekend.
You too,
and your
sir.
Bond Street is looking great.
At this point, I'm tempted to fake it. Thank you so much. All right, that was Jide Johnson, who's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the fact that APC has withdrawn from the Osun State polls. Please stay with us.
When you want more, you add. When you add, it's Plus. There's nothing better than Plus TV Africa. My name is Jimmy Black, and I endorse this.
My name is Oluwafiropo Iwinla. With nostalgia, I recall the good old days. The land of my birth is Ibadan, the city of brown rusted roof. This is where I have known as home for the better part of my sojourn on this planet. I grew up in Eleyele, Yaganku, and Apataganga at various stages of my life. And in fairness to our collective memories, those good old days were not just fun, they were testy times too. But all that was to prepare us for today and the more that is to come tomorrow. I remember the peace and order in the living quarters of men and women of the Nigeria police in Eleyele and Yaganku. How can I forget those monthly inspections of the living quarters of the barracks when in preparation, each family not only cleans up their respective personal inner rooms, all join hands to clean the kitchen, the conveniences, and the general arena of the block. That was when the next door neighbor to the right is Igbo and the one to the left is Igala, and we all lived in blissful tolerance. I remember being called the Kobo boy by certain friends of the family in Yaganku simply because they claim that my look suggests that I am not Yoruba, but Igbo. This we all laughed away as a joke, but it bears witness to the spirit of camaraderie that we all enjoyed in living together. I remember the classes we took in Islamic religious studies, side-by-side Christian religious knowledge, right then in ICC, Okebola, in Primary 1. In my first term in school, I, alongside other students in the class, had mastered the art of performing ablution as a prequel to saying the Islamic prayer. I remember how my parents used to invite me to come and recite memorized Islamic prayers learnt in school to visit us in our house. Did I tell you that my father aligns with Christianity, while my mother aligns with Islam? But as a child, even before I could walk, I could not bear to hear singing in a church and not be drawn in. Mother was compelled to start going to church on my account, since she needed to be around to guide me. As a young adolescent, I remember going to live with my maternal grandfather in Akimori. He was a traditionalist, versed in divining with cowries. Henry Nilogun, I became his faithful acolyte, helping him to keep his accounts. Did I tell you that, irrespective of his traditional background, he observes the Ramadan fasting, goes to mosque every Jumat, and never stopped me from going to church or following the masquerade when it is its season. I come from the deep good old days.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. APC withdraws from Osun local government elections. The All Progressive Congress APC in Osun State has announced its withdrawal from the local government elections scheduled for February 22. The party's decision follows a February 10 Court of Appeal judgment that reinstated its council chairman and councillors, declaring that the positions were no longer vacant. The APC, in a letter to the State Independent Electoral Commission, OSIEC, explained that it would not participate due to the judgment which allowed its previously sacked officials to resume office. The controversy stems from a legal dispute between the APC and the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and has argued that the Court of Appeal's ruling did not reinstate the APC's local government officials, but the APC maintains that the judgment supports their return to the secretariats. Tensions between the two parties escalated, leading to violent clashes over control of the local government offices. This resulting conflict has been deadly, with police confirming that at least 6 people were killed and several others injured during the clashes. The situation highlights the ongoing political unrest in the state following the court's ruling. Joining us this morning to discuss this is Comrade Mark Adebayo. He's a national spokesperson, CUPP. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you for having me. Good morning, roommate.
Good morning to you. All right, so let's talk about the clashes in Osun State before we even get to the withdrawal of APC from the local government elections. What do you make of this story? Knowing that something such as an election whereby people should be happy that, you know what, we're doing a process and we're being able to, make our voices heard and say these are the leaders that we want, has been turned into something whereby some people are even losing their lives. What do you make of this story?
The first thing I want to say is that on behalf of the Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, I extend our deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the people that lost their lives in that unnecessary mayhem on both sides. We commiserate with their families, and we commiserate with the people of Osun State. Having said that, the carnage that happened, the murders that happened, the multiple murders that happened, crisis, the damage and everything were absolutely unnecessary. They were thoughtless, criminal, and absolutely unnecessary. And this is why this country, we keep saying that Nigeria needs a new direction, a new way of doing things, a better way of doing things. We need a new direction in this country, a new direction. In politics, we need a new direction. In governance, new direction. In our elections, we need new direction. Every area of our national life, there must be new direction. We cannot continue in the same trajectory that we have started since 1960, flag independence, which has taken us nowhere. I said it's taking us backwards. It is unfortunate, it is tragic that in the name of politics, in the name of election, in the name of power, that people will orchestrate crisis to the level where many people lost their lives. Now, the Court of Appeal accurate judgment clearly did not reinstate those councillors and chairmen. There was no declaratory judgment saying that they should go back to their offices. It was the case that the PDP took to court to challenge the APC on some area that the court said was a mere academic exercise, that it was there was no specific order by that court of Appeal, Accra Division, reinstating the APC councillors and chairmen that were elected in October 2022. So, knowing that there was no specific judgment giving such directive, there was no need to instigate crisis by going to say you want to go and take over local government secretariats in a manner that suggests, in a manner that is symptomatic of a coup d'etat. So that shouldn't have happened in the first instance. Until Nigerian politicians begin to learn to play according to the rules, and the judiciary is the major constitutional intermediary between the other two arms of government, the legislature and the executive. So we must obey our court orders. We must follow court orders to the letter, and we must not pick and choose which one to read. And we must not misinterpret, the letter and the spirit of court judgment. Even if it's a magistrate court, even if it's a customary court, a court is a court. It is the lack of respect for the due processes of court and the lack of respect to obey, legitimate court orders that have caused this mayhem, which have cost people's lives.
Yeah.
Absolutely unnecessary. It's so sad and saddening that we can still be finding ourselves in this type of situation in this country. Our leaders, Nigerians, fellow compatriots, we need a new direction. This is not about politics. This is not about sentiment. It's about the fact that the sanctity of human life must be respected even above the law. We must respect the sanctity of human life. That if its laws can never be regained, we should not toy and joke with the lives of people, waste people's lives anyhow in the name of power, in the name of political office, in the name of what? I mean, how are we even forgotten that there is a God watching over the affairs of men? That there is a God that will punish people for their indiscretions?
All right, sir.
I mean, people are champions. People who are killing for themselves for something that don't last for more than 2-3 years. What the heck?
Well, that's where we find ourselves. But let's look at the fact that, the APC now has withdrawn their form from the Osun State local government elections. How do you think this is going to play right now with the election that is slated for the 22nd of February, which is tomorrow?
Well, I mean, that is neither here nor there. If you are withdrawing, we have seen that several times in this country, where a political party that feels that it probably cannot win an election or feels that it may not get the equal treatment or whatever, they might withdraw. They have their own decision. That's their own personal decision. That's their party decision. That's their leadership decision. So, but whatsoever will happen tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow that the local government election is coming up, there must be peace. If the APC withdrawal from the election will make way for peace, and not that anybody will try to disrupt the election. If anybody has any grievances, let them go to court. Let them approach the court, so the court can look into it. If the election is discovered not to have been properly conducted, the court can nullify it. So that's why we have the court. The court remains the arbitrating organ for the citizens, among citizens and between citizens and government and among the government functionaries. So we should just allow justice to reign. We must allow peace to reign in Osun State. We must allow tranquility to reign in Osun State. And everybody must play according to the rule. Everybody must play according to the law and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that guides our elections and the conduct of our elections. If we all play by the rule, if we all play by the law, there will not be crisis, there will not be violence, there will not be injustice.
I like the fact that you just, spoke about playing by the rules and playing by the law. So with that being said, what's the role of OSEC right now? How do you think they need to come and ensure that, this election is credible, is free and fair? And in fact, the role of the security operatives as well.
We can only call on the security agencies, especially the police and the DSS in this case, to ensure that there's security of life and property in Osun State. You see, it is failure of intelligence and failure of security reports that led to, I don't know whether the DSS, the secret police did their own assignment and produced a report that this is likely to happen, this is likely to happen, this is like. If they did that, kudos to them. If they didn't do them, they are a failure. They are a failure. And whoever is the DSS in that state should be removed. Because if there was no report, because what do they do? What is their, this is the kind of thing that DSS was created to forestall. To say, look, there will be crisis, so there's likely to be serious crisis, there's likely to be violence and the report goes to the governor, goes to the relevant agencies to be able to take proactive action and prevent what happened on Monday. It shouldn't have happened at all. If the security agencies, especially our intelligence agencies, have done their job very well. But if they have done it, and the police that is supposed to be proactive are act on those intelligence reports fail to act, and then the CP of Osun State must be removed. If you knew that there was going to be violence.
Hello, sir. Okay, I think network is just having its own day right now. We're having issues with Comrade Mark's audio at the moment, but hopefully he'll be able to rejoin pretty soon. But we've just been looking at the fact that, the APC has withdrawn from the Osun State polls, which is the local government election, which is slated for tomorrow. And of course, it started from a court order. But what Comrade Mark was just saying was ensuring that we are all obeying the law. We're following the guidelines. If the law has already said something, then you should move with it. But for some weird reason, there's been a clash between the APC, the PDP as well, and some lives have been lost in this time, and other people have even sustained injuries. But I think it's important that when we are trying to conduct any election, I understand that many people have their own inordinate ambition. Most times everybody wants to win, which is great, but there should also still be sportsmanship, and you should understand that what you're doing is you're trying to be a leader for your people, and the people comes first. So it shouldn't in any way, in any shape or form, start to affect them, and to the point whereby some of them are losing their lives. It's important that in as much as you have your own ambition, you're not overly intoxicated with power and saying that ambition has to consume you and you have to win by hook or by crook, and if I don't get this, it's the world has come crashing down. Not necessarily. At the end of the day, the people's voices must be heard, and we need to be able to allow that. We need to be able to allow the sanctity of the law. We need to be able to allow the sanctity of the people's decision. If they're saying that they want candidate A, that's what it should reflect in the polls, not people doing several things trying to mar the elections. And hopefully, come tomorrow, we hope that the elections in Osun State will be credible. Local governments obviously is a very important player or a key factor in any governance, right? Because everybody belongs to a local government. I might not belong to another state, but of course this is my state, this is my local government, and development usually starts from the grassroots. So if we're not electing the right people in the local government, then we're not doing anything. In the local government areas, you expect certain things, which are pipe-borne water is just a basic necessity. Primary healthcare centers, basic necessity. Good infrastructure, maybe the development of certain roads, basic necessity. Education, at least primary to secondary school for the children of those communities or those constituencies or those local government areas, basic necessity. So there are certain things that you expect, because of course people need to be able to feed, they need to be able to have, clothes on their backs, they need to be able to have healthcare if, any sickness or disease comes, they need to be able to have housing. In social studies, when we were in school, these are things that they teach in social studies. These are just the basic necessities that you expect, and that is why it's important that the local government gets it right, because they're the only ones. The state governor is not going to start to think of one local government somewhere. Do you know how many local governments are in a state? No, he's somewhere at the center and, just allocating things, ensuring that things are done, but he's not going to drive all the way down, come to that local government to say, why is this primary health care center not here? Why is there no pipe-borne water for the people? So the onus is on the local government chairman to ensure that these things are done, to drive that level of development. So that's what we expect, right? And that's why it is crucial that whatever happens, come tomorrow's election is something that can reflect the choices of the people. And of course, we're discussing Osun State right now, but it shouldn't just even be about Osun State. It should be every state in the country. local government grassroots development is super, super important, and that's what we want here. Right now, the APC obviously has withdrawn from the race with this because of reasons personal to them. Okay, Comrade Mark, we have you back. You were saying something. I'd like you to just finish with your train of thoughts.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where you. I was saying that you know what happened shouldn't have happened in the first instance. If the intelligence agency like the DSS especially did their job, by getting a security report and submitting it to the relevant agencies for proactive action. But if they did their own job, their own part of the job, reporting that there is likely to be violence, that will take the lives of people, that will destroy properties. But the relevant agencies, especially the police, fail to do their job. Then the CP of that state must go for it. Now, the idea of toying with the idea of declaring a state of emergency in Osun State will worsen the situation. In fact, it will get the crisis to escalate beyond control. And that is something that the federal government must not even think about. It's not think about it. Because if you need to deal with anybody, it is the security agencies that have failed to perform their duties, their constitutional duties to protect lives and property that should be dealt with. From the level of the CP, of the DG, of the DSS for Osun State and the rest of that, everybody involved in security management of that state should be dealt with. So, because they had ample time to be able to forestall what happened, but they did not do it. So, going for talking about declaring state of emergency and the rest of that is to totally mismanage the situation in that state. And for tomorrow's election, we can only call on the security agencies to ensure that there is security of life and property for everybody involved. If people are withdrawn from the election, let them stay in their various homes and not instigate any crisis anywhere. That is very, very important for us as a people. And like you said, it's not only for Osun State. And this is why the conduct of local government elections in this state, in this country, I think we should have a rethink. I think we should take it away from the state governments because yes, the INEC is already overburdened. And we are talking of unbundling INEC. I agree with that. But there should be a separate INEC that will conduct local government elections in this country. There should be a separate INEC from the federal level. So that could be some.
I like the fact that you just said from the federal level because I was going to ask. Right, Comrade Mark. So if we're saying that there should be a separate, body like INEC who's conducting these elections, are they going to be from the state? Because you don't want a situation whereby it's been said before that most of the governors are the ones who are still running the affairs. And of course, they start to put their own people. So how is this going to work?
But, I mean, it will work. We want to make it work. It will work. But it's a constitutional matter. What you are saying, because, most political parties, that are not in government at state level always complain that they were marginalized, always complain that they are not treated well, they always complain that they are not treated equally as the party in power at the same. So that is why we are advocating that if INEC cannot add more responsibility to its already over-bloated responsibilities, there should be a separate federal body like National Independent Local Government Election Commission to conduct local government elections where those elections are due. In fact, that will also help us because there are many there are some states in this country today that maybe some of them have not even conducted local government elections since 1999. It's as bad as that. The governors will come and this is because they want to have maximum control over the local government resources. So they put their own people there, appoint their cronies and political allies to manage the affairs of the council so that they can sit on the resources of the we need to have a truly independent local government elections commission, independent national local government elections commissions in this country. So as to, have a modicum of balance, equity, justice at the level of election, and make sure that no state goes without conducting local government election as at when due. That is the only way you can solve that problem. Otherwise, we will continue to have this cycle of violence, cycle of controversies, agreements, disagreements, and unnecessary legal pugilism about all these things. That we need to do something, because the local government is the closest organ of government to the people, and that is where even development should stem from.
Mm-hmm.
So, in those days, in the 60s, the local government was more active than the regional government, because in fact, they had their own grader, they had their own. In fact, some of them even had their own farms and farmstead where they make money on their own. They didn't even wait for allocation from here in Abuja. No, they were making their own money. They were grading their own roads. They were paving their own roads. They were doing things by themselves. They were running healthcare centers. They were running primary schools and the rest of that. Suddenly, they came up with this presidential system of government, and then the governors have become the laws of the manor. They have become kings and emperors of their state. So until the true independent conduct of elections at local government level in Nigeria must be taken away from the purview of the powers of the state government. That is that's the position of CUPP. There must be an independent national local government election commission that will conduct elections independent of state government.
Finally,
there must be a specific time frame for doing that, as we have at the presidential, governorship, senatorial, House of Reps levels, so that no state will go without conducting local government elections. You see,
all right.
We were a victim of the arbitrary way that the governors, treat local government. When Hedioha was governor of Imo State, he came in, he dissolved the local government. Our party, the Ekowa party, won at Amosu Ward in Imo State. What happened? Because we lost that seat, when INEC was about to deregister political parties, we were affected. Our party was affected and registered. That's why we won that. That's why the fact that thing was done illegally and unconstitutionally. So we have to take away local government elections from the governor.
All right, Comrade Mark, finally, because we've run out of time, what is your message for, to the people of Osun State for tomorrow's election?
Well, I want to appeal directly to my people in Osun State that whatever happens, Osun State, we are one people with one destiny. It is our state, it is our people, it is our election, it is our government, it is about us. Let us come together to ensure peace tomorrow. Go out there, cast your ballot, return to your houses, and allow peace to reign. What should happen tomorrow is that there must be peace at all costs. I will call on the security agencies, especially the Nigeria police, to ensure that voters are protected, the people that are participating in the election are protected, the staff of OCL are protected, so that nobody is injured, nobody is killed, and no properties are destroyed. That is when we can call ourselves patriotic Nigerians, and that is when we can beat our chest that Osun State is ours, and is ours for good. Tomorrow, we must be color blind, we must be ethnicity blind, we must be party blind. Go out there and vote for the candidates of your choice, and return to your respective homes in peace and harmony. Let the peace reign, let the harmony continue, let the unity remain standing.
Fantastic.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Let peace reign. One people, one destiny. We all want one thing, which is the development of our nation. And of course, for Osun State, that's what we want there as well. Starting from grassroots. So grassroots governance is important. So hopefully we'll see what happens with the polls tomorrow in Osun State. Comrade Mark, we want to say thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure having you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure man to be on Plus TV Africa every time, because I keep saying your TV station is one of the most pro-people, pro-justice in this land. And I know the sky is just your beginning. Amen. Thank you so much.
Amen to that. Thank you so much. All right, so we're taking with Comrade Mark Adebayo. He's a national spokesperson, CUPP. And we've just been looking at the fact that the APC has withdrawn from the local polls in Osun State for the local government election. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the fact that, today is Mother Tongue Day, International Mother Tongue Day, and we'll be looking at why language matters. Please stay with us.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time, but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry, and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons, and Donald Stevenson explain that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
Hello, this is Mr. Steve Shodia. I want to do a shout out to Plus TV Africa. Keep watching.
My name is Yemi Sholade. I am an actor, and proudly so. Here is my good old days story. I recall as a toddler growing up in Surulere in Lagos, ours was a life of communal living. Every family knew one another, and the children played together in the neighborhood. We played football, we rode bicycles, we flew the kite, we even climbed mango trees, guava trees, and went after the masquerades. Calabar masquerades. The one we called Ojuju Calabar in those days. Interestingly, in those days, electricity was 24 hours constant. Public water works was efficient. Free-flowing water drawn from these taps were filled in bottles in our refrigerators. No one talked about typhoid and other waterborne diseases. So good old days. Days when houses had no fences. We would sit across those low fences at sunset and gist all days till night. When everyone knew one another in the neighborhood, we wouldn't forget street football and would forget we would leave our homes, go to a neighbor's place, eat.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, today is International Mother Tongue Day, and the theme for this year is Language Matters. So that's what we're discussing right now. February 21 marks International Mother Tongue Day, a global observance dedicated to celebrating and preserving linguistic diversity. Initiated by UNESCO in 1999, the day highlights the importance of maintaining indigenous languages, many of which face extinction due to the dominance of global languages like English. Languages are not only tools for communication, but also vital carriers of culture and identity. However, nearly 40% of the world's population lacks education in their native language, which can hinder access to learning and cultural expression. This year's theme is Language Matters, and it calls for greater efforts to protect endangered languages and support mother tongue education. By promoting linguistic diversity, we ensure that the future generations can connect with their cultural heritage while fostering greater global understanding. And joining us this morning is Professor Helen A. Bodunde. She's a professor of communication and teaching English as a second language at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abuja, FUNAB. Abeokuta rather, FUNAB. Good morning, Ma. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Fantastic. So right now we're talking about, Mother Tongue Day. Language Matters. This team, the team for this year is Language Matters. And, you know, I'm one of those people that cannot probably speak very well when it comes to my own indigenous language. I am Urhobo, by the way, but it's something that we've seen, you know, most our generation right now, we're not really looking at learning that, because most times we're always focused on English, which is, you know, the thing that is being communicated to us in schools. But for you right now, today, which is the 21st of February, is a day to, you know, highlight certain things. How has it been in your own experience, looking back at how, you know, language used to be preserved and now maybe not so much?
Thank you very much. I think it's a pleasure being on your TV.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, the issue of language is a sensitive thing. And unfortunately, in most climes, language is not taken very seriously. When we were growing up, you had to learn, of course, we have what we call language acquisition, and we also have what we call language learning. Language acquisition, this is the one that you acquire effortlessly, particularly your mother tongue. This is the language that you are exposed to at home, and so that one, you acquire it. And we have the acquisition period. That's why in a community, when a child stays there, without much effort, he learns the language and he speaks the language. But in those years, apart from learning your own language, you also learn other languages. But one particular thing is the fact that at the primary school, that language, you learn using that language. Of course, we also have, over time, we discover that learning the indigenous language, particularly in early education, you know, one way or the other, has been jettisoned. And so that's why we have the problem, you know, we have in our country, Nigeria. And if you know the origin of the celebration that we are doing today, it was a group of people who thought that they were being marginalized, particularly when their language at that time was the most spoken. They discovered that they were not given the opportunity, you know, to use that language. And however, that the language that is not that popular, that is less spoken, you know, was taken as the national language. That's in Bangladesh. That's the origin of what we are celebrating today. So language matter is a serious one, and that is why it cannot be taken carelessly. Of course, in Nigeria, that attempt had been made to make sure that when a child goes to school, the first 3 years, you will have to learn in the mother tongue. It was on paper because the language policy, first designed 1977, 81, over the years. But if you go to most primary schools now, is when you get there is the English straight that is being used. So it's a serious matter. Our research has shown that when you learn in your mother tongue, learning other languages will not be a problem. So that's why even learning English is a serious matter now. Those who learn it in the past, who learned it in the past, who were given opportunity to learn with their mother tongue first, we could see that the way in which they learn English language is actually better than what we are doing today. And it is a deprivation when a particular person cannot use the mother tongue, cannot speak the mother tongue. It's a deprivation. Because if an individual can speak 2 or 3 languages, it has its advantages. So making one to just speak one language alone is a deprivation.
That's right.
And so, yes, and when you speak 3 languages, automatically you acquire the culture of those 3 languages, so you become a more robust person. And that's what we are missing today.
Yeah, from what you're saying, what I garner is, you know, it actually helps for children now when they learn their mother tongue first. It actually helps their cognitive development and even academic performance, because now, like you said, you can even learn other languages as well, which is great. But you also mentioned the fact that, you know, something was being passed whereby you have to learn with your mother tongue first before anything else. But I know that, especially when I went to secondary school, I don't know if it still happens now, when I went to secondary school, that's when they start to teach you these languages. And most times it's just the 3 major languages in Nigeria. So they tell you have to learn either Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. So not even your own mother tongue where you're from. So why do you think that, the Nigerian government is not taking this up, knowing that we're not English people, we just use this as our legal franca, and we still need to have that our own indigenous language whereby it shows who we are as a people? Why is the Nigerian government not making sure that, this cause is being championed right now? And what would you, do to ensure that, or what would you love to see when it comes to policies that are being put in place?
Yes, I was trying to mention it the other time. You know what? There is a policy. The policy was put together by those who are really highly educated and those who understand the importance of language issues in learning. And at that particular time, the policy came out in 1981, where the mother tongue, when you talk of mother tongue, it's not English, Yoruba, and Hausa alone. We have the mother tongue. That mother tongue should be used to learn in primaries 1 to 3. It was assumed at that time that from home, if a child gets to the school immediately and you start using English to teach that child, there's going to be a trauma, the stress of switching from the language at home to that of the school. So it was in that, it's still in that policy that from primaries 1 to 3, the child should learn in the mother tongue. So it's not that the government is not aware. The government is aware, but the problem is that they have not put in place the machineries to make it work. Now, when you talk of mother tongue, in a particular class, you can have 4 different mother tongues there. That's why they say, okay, language of immediate community. They say mother tongue or language of immediate community. For instance, let's take Lagos. Lagos is a metropolitan city. And so in a class in Ajegunle, you could imagine the number of mother tongues that will be there. How will that teacher handle the mother tongue of the mother tongues of every pupil in the class? And so the language of immediate community under that situation should be Yoruba. Now, for a teacher to teach in that place, it means that he should be able to speak Yoruba very well. Then he should be able to understand the mother tongues of the pupils in that class, so that even when Yoruba is used to teach them, occasionally he might code switch to make sure that he interprets in the mother tongue of those people. I'm sure you will be surprised when we talk about teaching English as a second language. It's a second language in Nigeria. So it means that if you are even teaching English, you must be able to understand some of the mother tongues of the pupils that you are teaching your students. So that when they have problems, you'll be able to interpret. And you'll be able to know, okay, how, if they are learning a particular, let's say they are learning a particular vowels or consonants, how do we pronounce these consonants in Yoruba language? Then is there any language interference? Then you'll be able to sort it out and you'll be able to teach them appropriately.
Fantastic. So let's talk policies. What would you love the government to do right now? Because it seems like this policy is there, but execution is the problem. How would you want them to execute this?
But I think what they need to do, one, there should be retraining of teachers, the teachers in schools, so that one, they understand the different languages that we have, and particularly allow people in a particular region or community to handle the issue, to teach in those communities, so that they will be able to use the languages of that community well. Or schools could also, be put together according to the various languages, using in the community. If this is done, obviously there will be an improvement. Then they should also provide things that will be used for teaching to make this possible, because it was tried in Ife before by late Professor Fafunwa, where Yoruba was used to teach the pupils in Ife at that time. And the success of that story was the fact that specialists were taken to handle all the subjects in the curriculum. Yoruba was used to teach all the subjects in the curriculum except the English language. And even the English language specialists were brought to teach that language so that there will be no limitation. And the outcome of that experiment was that it was a success. So if this one is adopted, hopefully the improvement will be there.
Yeah, and I think, that's where the role of digital technologies, sorry, Ma, we've run out of time, but I'm just going to ask you this final question. In 1 minute, how can we start to encourage the younger generation? Because it seems like these languages are becoming extinct, because where we are right now, we're all looking at English language, right? Especially in Nigeria, we're using Nigeria as a case study. So how can we start to encourage the younger generation to, embrace their own native languages, embrace their own mother tongue in a westernized, globalized world that we live in right now?
It should start right from the home. In most homes now, parents don't speak the mother tongue. They speak English to their children because they feel that you can measure success by the ability to speak the English language. And you discover that it is a deprivation, like I said earlier. At a time now when you want those children to speak the mother tongue, it becomes too late. So parents should speak this language, to their children at home.
Fantastic.
And it will not deprive them of learning English. In fact, they will learn English better. So I think it's better. Then even within the community, we must have, just like we are doing now, we must have a language day where you bring the people in the community together. And we are not saying that one should learn his mother tongue alone. You can learn other languages. It makes you a robust and a better person.
Thank you so much for that. I've even seen some videos of people in the diaspora where they're speaking their native language to their children. When they go to school, they learn English. When you come home, is the native language. And I think that's something that, most people should start to adopt right now. We want to say thank you so much for coming, Professor Helen. It's been a pleasure having you on our show. Thank you, Ma, for your time.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Have a wonderful
Thank you.
day. Yes, ma'am.
And I wish you a happy Mother Tongue Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're speaking with Professor Helen A. Bodunde. She's a professor of communication and teaching English as a second language at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, FUNAB. And we've just been celebrating International Mother Tongue Day, and the theme for this year is Language Matters. So the charge for you is to ensure that you're learning your own indigenous language and also making sure that you're passing it down to your children, whereby our languages are not extinct. All right, that's it for today's show. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with me. My name is Ruma Paulson. I'll see you again on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Good morning.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Oluwafiropu Iwinla. With nostalgia, I recall the good old days. The land of my birth is Ibadan, the city of brown rusted roof. This is where I have known as home for the better part of my sojourn on this planet. I grew up in Eleyele, Yagonku, and Apataganga at various stages of my life. And in fairness to our collective memories, those good old days were not just fun, they were testy times too. But all that was to prepare us for today and the more that is to come tomorrow. I remember the peace and order in the living quarters of men and women of the Nigeria police in Eleyele and Yagonku. How can I forget those monthly inspections of the living quarters of the barracks when in preparation, each family not only cleans up their respective personal inner rooms, all join hands to clean the kitchen, the conveniences, and the general arena of the block. That was when the next door neighbor to the right is Igbo and the one to the left is Igala, and we all lived in blissful tolerance. I remember being called the Kobo boy by certain friends of the family in Yagonku simply because they claim that my look suggests that I am not Yoruba but Igbo. This we all laughed away as a joke, but it bears witness to the spirit of camaraderie that we all enjoyed in living together. I remember the classes we took in Islamic religious studies, side by side Christian religious knowledge, right then in ICC, Okebola, in Primary 1. In my first term in school, I, alongside other students in the class, had mastered the art of performing ablution as a prequel to saying the Islamic prayer. I remember how my parents used to invite me to come and recite memorized Islamic prayers learnt in school to visit us in our house. Did I tell you that my father aligns with Christianity, while my mother aligns with Islam? But as a child, even before I could walk, I could not bear to hear singing in a church and not be drawn in. Mother was compelled to start going to church on my account, since she needed to be around to guide me. As a young adolescent, I remember going to live with my maternal grandfather in Akimori. He was a traditionalist, versed in divining with cowries. Henry Nilogun, I became his faithful acolyte, helping him to keep his accounts. Did I tell you that?
Hello and welcome. Ndewono, Ibolachi, Sanu, you're watching the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Nigeria's former head of state, Ibrahim Babangida, has admitted for the first time that the late philanthropist and democracy hero, Moshood Kashimawo Lawali, MKO Abiola, won the 1993 presidential election. Now, this revelation was made in Babangida's 420-page memoir, A Journey in Service, an autobiography of Ibrahim Babangida, which was launched in Abuja with dignitaries in attendance. Now, Babangida defended the annulment of the poll as in extreme national interest. This admission supports former President Olusegun Obasanjo's initial submission that Abiola would have become Nigeria's president if not for Babangida's confession. We're moving on now. The Barao Initiative for Agricultural Revolution in the Northwest has partnered with the Bank of Agriculture to provide an interest-free loan of 5 million naira to 558 young farmers in 186 local government areas across Nigeria. Now, the initiative aims to restore Nigeria's status as a food basket and create employment opportunities for youth in the region. Deputy Senate President Barao Jibrin emphasized the Northwest's historical significance in agricultural production and hopes the program will revitalize the sector.
And we as a bank, we are ready to make sure that this initiative becomes a success so that others can emulate it in other locations. The only thing I want to add to the professor's speech is that the 5 million is not sacrosanct. We can go down to give 3, 4, up to 1 million, depending on the size of the land that the beneficiaries are bringing to the fold. This is part of the Renewed Hope agenda in terms of food security and employment generation. Imagine, even if it's just 558 beneficiaries, you are going to give them employment to do for a period of time, the kind of wealth that will be created and the food security that will be available for us to add into the nation.
Now, the Barrow Initiative for Agricultural Revolution in the Northwest aims to enhance food security and transform participants into successful agribusiness owners through financial support and modern farming techniques. Director General Alwan Ali Hassan expressed readiness to launch the initiative, accommodating 558 youths regardless of their production scale.
I decided to bring forward this initiative in line with the President's resolve to bring about food security in this country, and in line with the New Hope agenda of Mr. President. You see, it is one of the cardinal programs of this administration, boosting of agriculture and providing food for the citizens of this country. Apart from providing food, is to make millionaires out of our teeming youths who are unemployed. Whatever you invest in agriculture, you are sure of making at least 100% profit. So assuming someone is able to secure the highest amount of 5 million, that means at the end of it, at the end of the season, he's going to have 5 billion of his own, which means he has become a millionaire, a multi-millionaire for that matter. And it doesn't stop there. He is also going to be an employer of labor, because he is not the only one to cultivate the farm.
Now, the Senate has strongly condemned the removal of Chief Judge Maurice Ikpambese by the Benue State House of Assembly, describing it as a constitutional breach. Now, this follows a point of order by Minority Leader Abba Moro, who claimed the incident occurred at the Assembly and was a breach of due process. Moro also revealed that 13 Assembly members who opposed Ikpambese's removal were suspended for 3 months by Speaker Honorable Andona Dajo.
Mr. President, the motion is on the fact that the State House of Assembly passed a resolution removing the state's Chief Judge in contravention of relevant sections of the Constitution and without the participation of the National Judicial Council. And Mr. President, a few members, like 14 of them out of the 32 members of the Benue State House of Assembly, abstained from participation on that illegality, and subsequently they were suspended. And so, Mr. President, we feel that unless there is an urgent intervention, there is the possibility of a constitutional crisis, because this issue borders on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended.
The Senator Sariki Dixon expressed concern over the constitutional implications of the incident, warning that such actions could set a dangerous precedent for political office holders.
Or there's an attempt to disrupt the course of justice as stated, provided by the Constitution, in the way and manner that we are hearing, both from the motion and from the news making rounds. In spite of that concern, I just wanted to draw attention to what you have already said, SP, the Mr. Senate President, which is that yesterday, from all the news channels, clearly today, the National Judicial Council yesterday sat and took a decision and made it public, making it clear that it is their constitutional responsibility to sanction a serving member of the bench, and in any case, to begin the process of removing the Chief Judge of Benue State or of any other state. They have already done so. They have already done so. I read a statement also from the Nigerian Bar Association condemning what is going on, the purported removal of the Chief Judge of Benue State. So I feel that at this point in time, and this is a developing scenario, it's a developing situation. So I feel that the motion that has been brought by our very distinguished and respected colleagues shows concern, which we all associate with. But the prayers, for me, we should express concern about what is going on. In Benue, nobody, no governor, no House of Assembly, no other political player or institution should be allowed to disrupt the constitutional order provided as to how a judge of the chief judge of a state can be removed.
Moving on now, Senator Natasha Akpoti, a lawmaker from Kogi Central, has been reassigned to a new Senate seat due to the vacuum created by the removal of Senator Ned Nwoko and Senator Francis Ezenwa. The Chief Whip, Tahi Monguno, cited the Senate standing rule, stating that Natasha's refusal to relocate would leave the president with no other option but to exercise powers, not to allow her to contribute on the floor. Now, despite attempts to move a motion, the president ordered the sergeant at arms to remove her from the chamber. Now, the House of Representatives has established an ad hoc committee to investigate allegations of terrorism financing by the Congressman Scott Perry against the United States Agent for International Development USAID in Nigeria. This follows a motion by Honorable Inuwa Garba calling for a comprehensive investigation into the activities and funding sources of international NGOs, including USAID in Nigeria. Now, the lawmaker informed the media about the U.S. Ambassador Richard Mills's claim that the Congressman Perry's allegations were falsehood.
The recent statement by a U.S. Congressman Scott Perry allegedly that the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, has been involved in sponsorship of Boko Haram and other terrorist organizations in countries where the different group operated. Note that Scott Perry made this claim during the inaugural meeting of the subcommittee on delivering on government efficiency, where he claimed that $697 million were spent annually, plus shipment of cash funds in Madaras, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, etc.
Members of Parliament expressed concerns over the activities of the NGOs operating in northern Nigeria, particularly in insurgency-prone states. They called on relevant security agencies to intervene and interrogate those mentioned by the congressman in his allegations.
This matter should be a source of concern for every single Nigerian. This matter should be considered and should be deliberated and should be taken serious by the Nigerian government and all those that are charged with the responsibility of protecting the integrity and the security of this country.
Mr. Speaker, this matter
is a very, very serious matter that requires a special ad hoc committee, not just to investigate what the congressman has said, but to investigate all non-governmental organizations in Nigeria.
Garba urged the media and public to remain vigilant and provide valuable information to aid security agencies in Nigeria's fight against terrorism.
He's not in a position to say whether it is wrong or right, because the same U.S. government has set up a committee under President Donald Trump. They even sanctioned some part of the activities of UN SID. Is he telling us that Donald Trump don't know what is happening? Is he telling us that Donald Trump don't know what he's doing? Is he telling us that Donald Trump is not qualified to be the president of the United States of America? What he's saying, I think, is damaging on his government, his country, and his president.
Still talking in security, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has visited frontline of Operation Fansan Yama in Zamfara State, reaffirming the military's commitment to ending banditry in the Northwest region. During his visits to the headquarters of the Joint Task Force Northwest, Operation Fansan Yama and the 1 Brigade of the Nigerian Army in Gusau, the Zamfara State capital, General Oluyede issued a directive giving troops 1 month to dismantle notorious bandit leaders, including Bello Turji and other criminal kingpins, in a bid to restore peace and stability. We'll bring you details of that in subsequent bulletin. Moving on now, in a significant move to improve healthcare access for vulnerable populations, the Zamfara State government has flagged off the distribution of free medical consumables and essential commodities to healthcare facilities across the state. The initiative, aimed at providing free healthcare services to women and children, is part of the state government's commitment to reducing maternal and child mortality rate and improving overall health outcomes. Details in this report. We also bring you that report subsequently. Moving to other parts of Africa now, the G20, comprising 19 countries, the European Union and the African Union, is divided on key issues like Russia's war in Ukraine and climate change. South Africa, currently holding the G20 presidency, opened the first major meeting of the year in Johannesburg. President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized the importance of multilateralism and international law in solving global crisis, but warned of the group's deepening divisions. Now, the United States did not attend due to Secretary of State Marco Rubio's rejection of the agenda of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov attended a meeting along with EU officials who pledged continued support for Ukraine and condemned Russia's aggression. And outside the continent now, Hamas has handed over the bodies of an Israeli woman, her 2 children, and an elderly man who were taken captive during the October 2023 attack on southern Israel. The ceremony took place in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, where 4 coffins were displayed in front of a poster depicted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with fangs and blood on his face. The coffins were then handed over to the Red Cross. United Nations Rights Chief Volker Turk criticized the spectacle as cruel and contrary to international law, stating that any handover of the remains must comply with the prohibition of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Business news now. Nigeria's NMDPRA has banned 60,000-litre petrol tankers from operating on roads due to recent fuel tanker accident. The ban, announced by Executive Director Obogo Ukoha, will begin on March 1 as part of efforts to address this incident. In entertainment news now, Habib Okikiola, also known as Portable, has been arraigned in Abeokuta, Ogun State for alleged assault on government officials. Okikiola was declared wanted by the Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Police and was transferred to the Ogun Command's headquarters. He was charged with conspiracy, assault and restriction, armed with cutlasses and guns, and conduct likely to cause armed injury. Okikiola pleaded not guilty and his counsel appealed for bail. The court granted him 2 million naira bail with one surety, and the case was adjourned until the 5th of March for trial.
My name is Oluwatoyin Omomenya Ayodele.
And you are the?
I'm counsel to Mr. Habib Olalomi.
Well, the court stood down for 30 minutes. What happened?
The state took over the matter from the Commissioner of Police. And as it is now, the matter is with the state government. They are the one prosecuting. So that was why the court stood down for the state to bring a proper charge before the Honorable Court.
How many charges?
There were 5 count charges against him and others that were arraigned last week before this Honorable Court.
What are the charges?
The first one is that there was conspiracy. You know, when crime happened, they will say that 2 or 3 people conspired to commit the offense. So there is conspiracy, there is assault, there is possession of cutlass to injure some persons. So that is the charge before the court.
So what is the latest development from the court?
As we prayed this morning, he has been admitted to bail, and he will come to court on the 5th of March for the trial of the matter.
What are the conditions given for this?
The condition of bail is that he's admitted to bail in the sum of 2 million naira. He will provide one surety in like sum. Then the surety must be a reliable person. And the bondsmen of Ogun State particularly will stand as surety for him.
In sports news now, the Nigeria Beach Volleyball Federation is providing young talent, particularly under 17 male and female, to represent the country at the African Beach Volleyball Nations Cup. The NVBF's commitment was reaffirmed at the President's Beach Volleyball Tournament, where 38 teams competed for top honors. The tournament highlighted Nigeria's growing beach volleyball player base, an improved prospect for the 2025 Continental Championship.
The primary aim of this competition is to discover new talents. This year we have Nigeria is hosting under 21 African Beach Nations Cup in Abuja. So we are starting from this point to scout for players and start preparations before the competition comes. We are very pleased to see new players coming on board, because all the under 17 boys and girls, this is their first time of playing in the beach competition. So it's a plus for us, and we believe that after this competition we are going to call them to come.
Nigeria Beach Volleyball Federation President Engineer Nimrod Musa praised the quality of grassroots players and emphasized the need for national talent development for the sport's growth.
Last year when we came for the first championship, we had few teams, but this year we have so many teams came, even some we disqualified them because of one reason or the other. Well, if I said I'm not impressed, I'm lying. I'm very impressed, and the way the guys are playing is showing us that beach volleyball is coming up. The ones that have come this year, I think they've done their best, and we want them to improve in this championship.
Isaiah Benjamin, the president of the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria, commended the progress made in promoting emerging talent and urged stakeholders to intensify their efforts.
The consistency in the organization of this tournament is one thing that marvels me. We are beginning to see, because we are seeing new players, new hands, new talents being discovered. I think it's a welcome development and is helping new ones come on board in the field of beach volleyball. My call is for them to keep up the good job they are doing, improve themselves, all right, because they are an asset first to themselves and to the states and to their clubs and of course to the country in general. Someday, some of them will be wearing the green, white, green colors, representing Nigeria as a country.
In sports news, Rob said for us on the newspaper. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
stage, I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawo, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. You know, that can be ridiculous. And at times, you know, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, Ensure you're getting into the right car with the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So, but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate, and I get to the gate, and they say, call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive, because that's the estate. So I'm having to navigate my way.
Now, the year 2020 was a turning point for the world, and education was no exception. The COVID-19 pandemic reshaped how we teach and learn, pushing schools in Nigeria to rapidly adapt technology. Now, virtual classrooms, online lessons, and digital tools became the new normal, sparking a wave of change that continues to redefine education across the country. Now, fast forward to this year, and Nigeria's education system is standing at the edge of something extraordinary. Now, artificial intelligence is at the forefront of this transformation, offering groundbreaking ways to enhance how students learn and how teachers deliver lessons. But amidst all this innovation, one thing remains clear: the heart of education must stay human. Learning is deeply personal, and teachers with their empathy, guidance, and expertise are irreplaceable. As we embrace this new era, our approach must be both bold and grounded. We need solutions that tackle Nigeria's unique challenges while building on our strengths. On today's show, we will explore the latest trends shaping education, the hurdles we still need to overcome, and how we can work together to create a brighter, more inclusive future for every learner in Nigeria. Let's dive into it. I am Justin Academy. Business Insight starts now. Now, before we get into the discussion proper, exposing young children to technology can significantly shape their future, as technology now permeates all aspects of life globally. With this in mind, the Tech for the Street initiative was launched to provide free 21st century ICT training to students in Nigerian public secondary schools. Details now. students. This year, students from 10 public schools in the Oshodi, Onipano, Mushin area of Lagos State have been trained with essential digital skills. Over the past month, the students have received training in Microsoft Office, graphic design, and coding.
This shows that can be traced back to 1950, when the development of Apple began. To me, I believe AI is more of a friend than a foe.
The culmination of their week's training is the Tech for the Street Initiative ICT quiz and debate competition, which will test the students' knowledge both practically and theoretically on what they have learned. The program's convener and instructor highlight the importance of this public-private partnership in ensuring widespread access to technology education for schools across the country. They emphasize the need to focus on the positive potential of technology, countering the vices some children have picked up through social media and other digital spaces.
So every year we go into public secondary schools to make sure, working with the Lagos State government, and other rehabilitation centers within the states, whereby we go in and expose them to ICT in a positive manner, letting them know how to use the computer, basically, how to code, how to use basic Microsoft Office packages.
What we usually do at the end of the training and at the end of the program is that we usually monitor our students. We don't stop from the training. We don't stop on the training. We monitor them till they gain admission into university. So doing that has even helped us to limit the disadvantage. We also do sponsorship.
Several participating students also share their experiences and the impact the initiative has had on them.
Before, I don't know how to operate a computer, and most of what they're teaching us for Tech for the Streets here has been able to help me to answer most of the ICT questions in school.
On a daily basis, I'm not a student who really like ICT, but through this training, that's helped me understand the importance of ICT, not only my studies.
And it has really helped me because whenever I have projects or assignments in school to do, or for my education, I can just easily go into the internet and just get the result very quickly.
Because before, I'm not a fan of technology, but this thing has given me the inspiration to go for technology and find more on or should I say just going deep into technology.
In recent years, it is clear that educational technology has become an integral part of classrooms, influencing teaching methodologies, student interactions, and overall educational landscape. Welcome back from that report. As we delve into this discussion, the high cost of devices and software remains a barrier for many schools and families, particularly in low-income areas. Even when infrastructure exists, affordability limits access to these tools. To ensure equity and widespread adoption, there is the need for affordable solutions that everyone can access, regardless of their income. That's just one of the issues. Now, my guest, Oreoluwa Abiodun, serves as the Partnership and Communications Manager at Regala Hope Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to bridging societal gaps in Nigeria. With a strong commitment to empowering marginalized communities, she plays a key role in developing strategic partnerships, fostering collaborations, and implementing effective communication strategies to amplify the foundation's mission. Oreoluwa's passion for social impact shines through her unwavering dedication to advancing the goals of Regala Hope Foundation, creating meaningful change in the lives of those the organization serves. Many thanks for joining me on Business Insights and Plus TV Africa. All right.
Thanks for having me.
This is it. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
cars at crosswalks that aren't controlled.
Well, you get of unemployment in Nigeria. I also that communication skill is the least skill the academic
and
from a 20 individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert more than
economy's current state. Nigerians are still, feeling the pinch in terms of the figures released by the NBS yesterday. What's the international?
Saying inflation is 22% or thereabouts. He was saying that we were at over 50% inflation. So, so there's that also element of conflict between what some experts are saying and what the NBS is saying. But the most important thing here ultimately is the fact that the metric has been rebased, because when we talk about calculating inflation, it's very important for us to do it on the basis of the current realities.
All right, let's talk about the recent figures now released by the NBS yesterday, because it was actually a significant drop, dropping to about 24.48% as against the 34.8 that we had previously. But my question right now is that what has really changed? Because right now, to some people, they would want to just see it on the surface level and say really that the inflation has actually eased. But in real terms, if you ask me, specifically, let's talk about food prices now. Food inflation, is at 26.08%. Does it mean that we are doing better in terms of how our food prices are in the local markets?
No, absolutely not. I think that one of the things that the Statistician General did not really communicate was the fact that, he told us the reason for rebasing the metric for calculation, but what the NBS didn't tell us was that this does not mean that the prices in the market are lower than they were last year or, in December, which is the last time the calculation was made apparently. So it's important for Nigerians to know that because it is actually a very big thing. If you look at the way inflation moves, inflation doesn't move like interest rate. If you look at the way inflation moves, 10% increase in inflation is a big deal. It is a very big number in terms of when you look at percentage, from a basic point of view, and when we say inflation increased or reduced by 10%. So it is a big deal, and it's important for the statistics body to communicate that this doesn't necessarily mean that the prices are lower than they were last month. So, I've said this some time ago. When you look at, because this is a research that I've conducted myself, when you look at the inflation rate over a period of 3 years, let us go back to, I always want to go back to December 2022, because that was really the first time, according to NBS data, the first time in a long time that we were able to push back inflation. So you find that within a period of 36 months or thereabout, we've had it's been maybe only about 3 times that inflation did not increase over the course of 36 months. So you always find that every month there's maybe a minimal increase in inflation rate. So it also is very instructive now for us to say, okay, we are doing 24% on the basis of rebasing the calculation, but we can easily get to 34 again if the trend that we have seen in the past couple of years continues.
Okay, but let's try and understand further some of these figures, because what it's actually looking like is that these inflation drivers are beyond food now, and inflation drivers beyond food rather have become more prominent. What do I really mean? Because I'm trying to look at the data now. It shows that core inflation, now stands at 22.59%, reflecting the rising cost of non-food essentials. What does this really tell you, Edidiong?
Well, one word, wokeism. Okay, of course, we are in an era where, we have our young people who of course, for every generation, there's a different interest. There's a different, just basically the kind of human activities that attract attention of the young people. So it tells you that the consumption patterns are changing, and of course, apparently, while food, transport may be the basic necessities of life, it also tells you that maybe this our generation is also very much interested in how they look. I can see you are dressing very nice in your suits that cost maybe $2,000 or something like this. So
I wish you did.
Yeah, so it tells you that, of course, the interest of our interest in the past 16 years or thereabout, there's been a shift, emphasis on other things other than food.
Okay, let us look at some of the gaps really now. I just pinpointed, so let me see if I can just highlight them. The gap between urban inflation is, the urban inflation stands at 26.09%, and rural inflation is at 22.1.5%. What does this really tell you in terms of housing and transportation costs? They are a bit disproportionate in terms of how it affects urban dwellers.
Yeah, of course. There hasn't been much difference there, if you ask me, if you look at NBS figures historically, because urban inflation is always going to be higher than rural inflation for the obvious reason. But when you look at transport and housing, of course, there's also going to be that element of disparity in the numbers. So I don't see this as something that is fundamentally different.
Okay.
If you look at NBS statistics 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or however long you want to take it back.
Okay, fine. I know that this is us trying to be at par with international best practices and the standards and all of that, but in the real terms, I really need to understand now, what do you really think all of this, the new figures, what does it really mean for Nigeria's economy, in as much as we know that food prices are still biting and we're still suffering the issue of food insecurity?
Well, one, it means that we are not out of the woods yet.
Okay.
Because over the past 2 years or thereabout, there's been this withering emphasis on the high cost of products. So inflation has gone down by 10%, but we also have to face that very real, the reality that this does not impact prices in any way. Yeah, but it could also have some sort of kind of positive tone on the economy, especially when you're talking about foreign investment. Because if you send a delegation, for instance, to go to Asia, to go to the Middle East, to canvass for foreign investment, there's always going to be discussions around the macroeconomic conditions. Okay? So, of course, 24% certainly looks better than 34%. So, yeah, when we're looking at foreign investment, there's also that element that it could have better conversations in terms of trying to persuade and draw foreign investment into the country. But more importantly, this also means more work for our economic managers, because like I said, we are 24% today, moving from 34%. But over the next 18 months, we can easily get back to 34% if our economic managers do not do what is necessary to attack inflation from its root.
Let me butt in there, since you've mentioned our economic managers, because it is interesting, because you said there should be more work, but in terms of policy thrust, what adjustment should the economic managers be doing in terms of economic policies to affect Nigerians to tackle this issue of inflation, specifically that of food inflation?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, the CBN governor, and he has been saying this for a long time now, that the emphasis right now is to tackle inflation. But like we saw the presidency do in terms of addressing issue of taxation, setting up the tax panel that was led by Oyedele, and we've seen the outcome of that with the tax reform bill. So I think there always has to be that level of action when you say you want to do something. So yeah, we want to tackle inflation, but what is really the plan of action to tackle inflation? Because if I was in that position, I would be saying, what is the biggest cause of inflation in Nigeria? And most of our inflation is imported. I always do not want to reel out figures without backing it up with research. But you agree with me that a significant amount of the inflation that we are experiencing in Nigeria today is imported. Even most of the food we eat is imported. Most of the clothes. I go back to this, your nice suit that you're wearing. It's imported. Yeah.
You don't know that for sure, Ididion.
Yeah, so it's very important for, of course, we go back to local production now to see how we can support local production and just push a little bit backward on importation. This really is the way to go. Otherwise, like I said before, it's very easy for us to go back to 54%.
Okay, as we begin to round off now, I just need to get your opinion on how best you think we can address this structural inflation in terms of housing, transportation, and of course, energy.
Yeah, that's a good question, Justin. Very critical component of our economy. And, energy is something that it's a problem that has almost become, it has been a perennial problem with Nigeria's economy. I think I've been on here before, and we talked about the issues with our power sector, and it goes back to the point that I made earlier. We've seen the privatization of power in terms of distribution and generation, but that gap in transmission is something that needs to be addressed. We're having far too many grid collapses. So these are issues that we don't just need theoretical answers to, but the kind of action that we saw the presidency take, because it was really a laudable initiative, if you ask me, and this is really the way to get things done. You want to do something, you put up, a panel, a committee, give them their terms of reference, give them, a target, give them a timeline to deliver, on the basis of what needs to be done going forward. So we haven't really seen that level of action. Most of what we've seen have been mostly theoretical, and we need to see that in the energy sector as well. Otherwise, these issues will continue. Then on housing,